Well, good afternoon from what is currently a bright and sunny Bristol County ground. Welcome to this coverage of the Royal London Cup match against Hampshire with me, Ian Randall, and Ed Seaborn.
Good afternoon.
And the news from here is that, as you will appreciate, we haven't started yet, and that's because the outfield was very wet. The umpires had a look shortly after 10 o'clock. They had a look again at 11. They had a look again at 12. And they finally decided we would start at 1 o'clock with a 37 overs per side match. So that's what we're going to have. Hopefully the weather will allow us to have a full game because it is just about, as somebody put it on one of the social media channels yesterday, last chance saloon for Gloucestershire. They have to win this match to have any chance of going into the knockout stages, and even then they will need 2 more wins and a lot of help from elsewhere. But I did a little bit of a mathematical project yesterday to say that it is still possible for them to get through if they get 3 more wins, partly because quite a few of the teams above them play each other and therefore cannot both win on each opportunity. The news from the middle is that Hampshire have won the toss and perhaps a little surprisingly have decided to bat. They have named an unchanged side from their last game, so Tom Alsop and Tom Press, when it comes to it, will open. Nick Gubbins at 3 is their top run scorer in the tournament. Joe Weatherly, Ian Holland, Lewis McManus, James Fuller, formerly of course of Gloucestershire, Tom Scriven, Felix Organ, who can open the batting but will probably play largely as an off spinner, Kyle Abbott the captain, and young South African John Turner. The table as such of course has Hampshire above Gloucestershire now, 5 points from 5 matches. Gloucestershire have 4 points from 5, so the need for a win for Gloucestershire is pretty much imperative. Ed, you got the Gloucestershire team?
Yeah, so I'll run through the Gloucestershire team in a moment, and then there'll be a kind of a proviso to that, which Ian will talk about just after I've done so. But here is the Gloucestershire side then. Ben Charlesworth at the top of the order, so 2 left-handers opening the batting as usual for Gloucestershire in this tournament. Charlesworth and Dent. Chris Dent could do with some runs in this game. Ben Charlesworth in great form up at Scarborough in particular. Tom Lace has the gloves today, hence the graphic with Tom Lace with the wicket-keeping gloves on there rather than with the bat. There's the beaming Graham van Buren, been in excellent form with the ball especially and with the bat. And Jack Taylor, the captain, who has had a run of good scores in this tournament, 250s in a row. And George Scott coming in at number 6 today off the back of his List A best score in the last match. Tom Smith, magnificent with the ball, both the last 2 matches in particular, wickets aplenty. And Matt Taylor coming off one of his best white ball performances in recent times, taking a couple of wickets against Essex, went for just 22 I believe it was. Josh Shaw is in the side as well, having got a pretty well stocked seam attack today alongside Dan Worrell there, the overseas player, so he comes back into the side today. And Jared Warner, very impressive, bowled the last over of course against Essex, but he did his best. He got it down to the last ball. Jared Warner has been very good for Gloucestershire since coming into the side. But there is one notable name which I'm sure you'll all have noticed missing from the Gloucestershire side, and Ian will explain why.
Yeah, that name is James Bracey, and this is the statement that the club issued at 11:30 this morning. A small number of Gloucestershire players are self-isolating under precautionary COVID measures and are therefore unable to take place in the squad today. 2 of them are James Bracey, and the other, amongst the others, is Ben Wells. They're part of that group, hence why Tom Lace is keeping wicket, and will provide a further update in the days to come. So to have the two keepers out, not ideal, but at least Lace is classed as an occasional wicket keeper. And in fact, there was a point at which I think during last winter it was said whether Tom Lace might actually be the second keeper for most of the summer, and in fact he was effectively the cover until Wells was signed ahead of this tournament. So at least Gloucestershire do have somebody who can take those. I mean, in extreme situations, Chris Dent has obviously kept before. Not that he would probably, wish to do that on a regular basis, but in a shortened game like this, one hopes that Tom Lace can do a satisfactory job. We should say that there has been some rain around in the other matches as well today, and in the Test match at Trent Bridge. So it might be a bit of an on-off kind of afternoon, but if we can get a good start, at least then there is the possibility of only needing. I presume the 10 overall would still apply, wouldn't it, in terms of getting a result? So we'd still only need a 45-minute window in theory to get a result later on. But at the moment, the skyline is very blue, actually, much better than we might have expected. And were you surprised, Ed, that Hampshire decided to bat?
Yeah, I have to say I was, because in general, in these sorts of rain-affected matches, the general wisdom is you bat second and then you pace the chase Duckworth-Lewis-wise. But obviously Hampshire have decided. I only wonder whether it's because they think that the time where they're going to be least disrupted in terms of batting is now, because the forecast gets more and more uncertain as you go into the afternoon. They're expecting possibly even some hail and thunder, I saw, according to one forecast, so it might get a little bit interesting this afternoon. So perhaps they've just thought, we've got this period now where the sun's out and it looks like it's going to be possibly the best batting conditions now, let's get out there and bat now. But it was a decision that I didn't necessarily expect them to make, because it sort of goes against what you tend to see.
Yeah, certainly I had a discussion with a couple of people on the phone before the toss, and said, Gloucestershire must win the toss today, because the expectation would be that Chris Dent would decide to chase.
Yeah,
and he's ended up with that call, but not how we thought.
I think that the difference with this and the last couple of tosses, if we look out over at the pitch at the moment, which will just come into your shot at home in a moment or so's time, the pitch is not looking green. It looks a lot more like your traditional sort of Bristol look to the pitch. There's not a lot of live grass on there. You imagine that it will play slower and lower than others. Not that it's going to play badly at all. It's just that I think it's not quite like, for example, particularly that Lancashire game, where Lancashire won the toss and they made the very obvious decision to bowl first, because not only was the pitch looking very green, but also the weather was overcast. This one, you'd have to say, if you're Gloucestershire, you're quite happy probably to be bowling first, but I don't know that it's going to make so much difference in terms of the bowling conditions being that much better for the side bowling first than bowling second.
Well, there's going to be a slip in play at the start. Jack Taylor in there with his brother, Matt opening the bowling from the pavilion end, and you would think the likelihood is this is going to be Dan Worrell's last match in Bristol for Gloucestershire, and he's down at third man to the left-handed Allsop, and I'm sure he'll bowl from the Ashley Down Road end in due course.
You would imagine so. As mentioned though, Gloucestershire got plenty of choice when it comes to their seamers. Here's Matt Taylor, first ball then to Tom Allsop, and it's back of a length, and Allsop rises up onto his toes and guides it down towards third man, where Dan Worrell is fielding, and Hampshire get their first run off the first ball. So the left-handed Allsop, along with the right-handed Tom Prest, who Gloucestershire have seen a decent amount of this season, having scuppered them in the T20 down at the Aegeus Bowl, and then also played in Hampshire's scuppering of Gloucestershire in the championship match at Cheltenham, where he was effectively James Vince's replacement. Here's Matt Taylor, left arm around, bowls, and there's a shout for leg before wicket, and not out, says umpire Newell. Ball ricochets down to third man, and they'll come through for think that's been signalled a run, actually. I say signalled a run, I don't think there was a signal there. No, there wasn't. So Tom Prest is off the mark.
Pretty clearly why that wasn't given out LBW.
Well, I mean, that's, that's obviously what Mark Newell thought. Good ball, though, from Matt Taylor. To have good pace about it. Slip in place. It's his brother Jack as Matt bowls back of a length once again to Allsop and played off the back foot to George Scott at backward point. And there's no run. So umpires Newell and Gould. Always good fun to see Ian Gould in action, especially because it's 50 over cricket and we've got 2 white balls, which means that Gould's going to have to be doing all sorts of catching and footwork to bring the ball in at the end of each over. Should be good to watch. Here's Matt Taylor, he's in bowls, and Allsop flashes and misses outside the off stump. And it goes through to Tom Lace behind the stumps, and taken quite high up by Lace. He's a traditional wicketkeeper's height, is Tom Lace, if I may say so. We'll have a look at the replay here. Matt Taylor angling the ball in towards Allsop, but didn't look to have completely cramped him for room, maybe just a little bit of extra lift. As Matt Taylor is in and bowls, and that's driven by Allsop with one hand off the bat, up towards Chris Dent at mid-off, and there's no run.
I seem to remember this is probably, might have been 4 years ago. Hampshire's recent record in this competition includes a losing final in 2019. I think go back a bit further than that. Just about an Allsop innings against Gloucestershire at the Ageas.
That's short and cut by Allsop, wide of the fielder at third man, and Worrell has no chance to bring it in. So that's turned the over from being a good one for Gloucestershire to being a good start for Hampshire. The first of their 37 allotted overs has brought them 6 runs. Allsop is strong through that region. Just slashed it away between third man and backward point.
Yeah, there was a Royal London Cup game. It might even have been 2016, actually, after the success at Lords, where Gloucestershire went down to the JS Bowl, got a reasonable score, sort of 240, I think, and Hampshire came out and made it look an absolute cakewalk.
2017, I think that was.
And Allsop got runs in that game to win. So Dan Worrell to open from the Ashley Down Road end.
So I think I was at that game. That was my first ever game, sort of flying solo, as it were, for Radio Bristol as an away commentator.
There we go.
I very nervously interviewed Richard Dawson afterwards. First time I'd done something like that. Oh gosh, the nerves were jangling there, especially after a loss. But as usual, Richard Dawson was level-headed and just gave the interview as if Gloucestershire had won.
So Prest waits for Dan Worrell to bowl to him, and it's clipped off his legs out to deep backward square, and Van Buren is out there. I should say what the phases of the game are. The opening power play, so to speak, is 8 overs, and the one at the end of the innings is 7, with 22 in the middle. So at the moment, just 2 men out, and that for Worrell is a third man and a deep square leg. So fine leg up inside the circle, or just making sure he knows where his guide marker is to start his run. Allsop waits for him from the Ashley Down Road end and tries to play a big drive at that. It wasn't taken cleanly by Lace, it dribbled through his gloves, which he will not be joyful about. Charlesworth is up at mid-off, mid-on I should say, to the left-hander.
Quite a follow through there from Worrell. Would have been a few words.
Quite bright sunshine now, and again beats also outside the off. Went chasing that a bit. It was a bit wider, and with Lace obviously taking the gloves, Josh Shaw is in at short mid-wicket. Enters at mid-off for all. So that's down the leg side from Worrell, who once caught behind a strangle, but umpire Gould not interested, and equally doesn't give it as a wide either.
They don't seem too aggrieved there, Gloucestershire. Replay coming. Well, might have been a upper thigh pad hip kind of thing. I don't think they were really utterly convinced there.
Yeah, may have heard something. Second over of the match this is, and Worrell wants his Allsop to play from the crease. He's got 4 one-day hundreds, Tom Allsop. He's another Tom Lace kind of character, can keep wicket, but it's a decent average. Remember this game, 37 overs per side now, and that's... No, he has beaten him this time. But again, nothing from umpire Gould. But moral victory for Dan Worrell to finish his opening over. The maths today is 2 bowlers can bowl 8 overs and 3 can bowl 7. And Gloucestershire, as Ed said, have got plenty of options. Hampshire 7 without loss at the end of the second over, just a single off that one.
Perhaps we should call them Worrell victories rather than certainly used to them by now in terms of the plays and misses. Tremendous over from Worrell. He had the ball pretty much on a string that over, except possibly with the exception of the one that he almost had Allsop strangled down the leg side off. Matt Taylor continuing, and Prest tries to work that one into the leg side, but picks out the fielder at short mid-wicket, who is Jared Warner. And it's Tom Smith who's at point, so everybody's kind of had to move around. Although having said that, George Scott is out at deep square leg, and he's been, when they've had the deep square instead of the fine leg, Scott's been their choice to be their kind of premier boundary rider. Taylor in, and this time Prest works that one into the gap just in front of square on the leg side, and he'll pick up his second run, pardon me, his third run, and moves the total up to 8 without loss. So you've got bowling options galore here. You've got the 4 frontline seamers with Matt Taylor, Josh Shaw, Jared Warner, Dan Worrell, and your 2 frontline spinners, Tom Smith and Graham van Buren. Matt Taylor into Allsop, who rises up and chops that one just wide of backward point. This is going to be at least 2, and he's timed it pretty well. Worrell coming around, manages to haul it back in, but they're going to come back for a third run.
He was made sure there, Dan Worrell, that he wasn't diving for the ball,
yes,
and then running in or sliding into the rope.
I think that's sort of what I was going to say, really. Maybe if he'd slid and sprung up, possibly they might not have taken the third, but just made sure that he kept it in. 11 without loss. Matt Taylor in and bowls to Prest, who is forward in defence, getting a good stride forward there. There's Tom Prest, and then see his body weight going well forward with the stride that he took after he played that defensive shot. Organised player, Tom Prest. He certainly looked that at Cheltenham. As Matt Taylor bowls slightly wider of the crease, it's clipped straight to short mid-wicket.
And if his name is new to you, he's only 18 years old, and the reason Hampshire thinks so much of him is that, amongst other things, he's made a triple hundred in the seconds, and to make 300 in one innings, whoever you're playing against, I think it was Northants in his case,
yeah,
it takes some doing.
Yeah, it was not a cheap attack either. Matt Taylor in, and that's driven firmly up to mid-off, where Ben Charlesworth, as usual, is fielding, and 4 runs off that over, 3 gone, 11 without loss, but with the bowling being as well stocked as it is, there's a fair amount of pressure here on the bowling attack for Gloucestershire to limit Hampshire to quite a low total. We're playing on the same pitch as in the last match, where it looked as though really 220, 230 in 50 overs was going to be a very decent score.
Here's Worrell starting his second over. Allsop punches that out on the offside straight to Van Buren.
So you'd have to think that really the bowlers have got to do the job here for Gloucestershire, got to restrict them, and then the shortened number of overs helps, but it perhaps doesn't help enough for you to get a
Worrell past umpire Gould, and again that's gone off width. Allsop to try and go chasing it, doesn't get a touch, it goes through to Tom Lace.
You just can't afford to allow Hampshire to get a big total here.
I wonder what we think a big total might be.
You need to get the calculators out for that with the 37 overs aside.
Worrell, a little bit shorter run. That's driven down the ground nicely by Allsop. That will go all the way for 4. That's gone to the left of Chris Dent. It is the shorter boundary up towards the Ashley Down Road end, but that was the one he'd been looking for, just a bit straighter. And just about half for you. It was good drivable length. And Worrell just drag his length back a little bit. He does there. And it's played up by Allsop to Josh Shaw. In the Test match, India are 5 runs behind with 5 wickets in hand, 178 for 5, in replying to England's 183. And I'll try and give you the news of the other matches in the One Day Cup in due course. Here is Worrell, and again to Allsop, almost plays on, but it's just enough behind it to keep the delivery out. The score that is perhaps of most interest is at Worcester, where they have had a full morning, and Worcestershire 137 for 7 against Sussex. A bit of a surprise there. They've only just started at Radlett. Kent are batting it against Middlesex. They're 2 without loss. And those are the other 2 matches today in this group. Here is Worrell. Oh, that's, I guess, us just beaten Allsop with no bounce, no appreciable bounce at all. That bounced before it got through to Tom Lace. Here's a look at that last delivery. Quite some way in front of him, in fact. And Allsop did look down a bit curiously at the pitch.
Yeah, I was trying to work out, I mean, it's not the easiest, of course, to tell whether he rolled his fingers down that one, but I'm not 100% certain that he did. It didn't look to be a slower ball, a really slower ball out of his hand. Starting the new over now, Matt Taylor into Prest, who once again tries to work the ball through that mid-wicket region, but picks out Jared Warner. It seems to be a shot which Tom Prest is trying to execute with regularity here.
Just to say that in that game at Worcester, the Sussex spinners, James Coles and Archie Lennon, have taken 6 of the 7 wickets.
Wow. So I wonder whether that's just a case of them being very good young spinners, or whether it's really turning there. Matt Taylor in, and once again Prest gets a little bit too much bat on it, or just doesn't quite roll the wrists enough, and clips it straight to Warner at short mid-wicket. He's getting a bit of a peppering.
3 for 21 in 8, and Lenham 3 for 34 in 7. They're also playing Will Beer as well.
So they've got enough spin bowling, haven't they?
They've got plenty of options. Still 15 overs to go of that innings as well. So Worcestershire have at risk potentially of not batting their overs out.
Here comes Matt Taylor. He's in, and Prest drives offside this time, but can't beat backward point. And no run as Tom Smith does the fielding. So net run rate, I suppose, is another thing to watch. Worcestershire's at the moment is second best in the group, behind Durham, who delivered a thrashing of Lancashire yesterday, which has meant their net run rate's now over the 1 mark. Matt Taylor bowls, and that's cut, and it's dropped! by Tom Smith at backward point, and groans around Bristol as Tom Smith devastated there on his knees. That will take quite a while to forget if Tom Prest goes on to score some runs. Here's the replay. You can see the speed that the ball was travelling. Tom Prest has taken a couple of steps towards the pavilion. Gets a huge life on 3. Matt Taylor in bowls, and that's clipped just wide of Warner this time at mid-wicket, and that will allow Prest to come through for a single. 16 without loss. I'm not saying this is an excuse by any stretch, but it has been George Scott in general at backward point. Tom Smith has not fielded there a whole lot this season, but that was really, I almost wonder if it was too comfortable, because the ball was not hit hard by Prest, certainly not by backward point standards. Matt Taylor is in and bowls, and that's clipped by Allsop this time out to the deep square leg boundary on the shorter side of the ground towards the car park and the Kennington Avenue. Another tight over there from Matt Taylor. 17 without loss, Hampshire, after 5 overs of their 37, but they should have lost their first wicket in that over. Tom Prest cutting loosely at the ball, not really getting a huge amount of bat on it, has to be said, and it didn't quite loop to backward point, but it looked like a nice height, nice pace. Tom Smith making the catch.
Worrell is to continue, and they brought third man up. Slipper's gone, despite the fact that Worrell's beaten the bat already this afternoon. Comes in and balls to Allsop. That's pitched up, and that's just fallen short of Chris Dent. Even with a dive forward, he was probably a yard short of it at mid-off. And you made the point, Ed, about this being the second match played on this pitch. I just wonder if it is just stopping a little bit.
You'd be surprised if it would get quicker.
Allsop waits again for Worrell. He turns that more comfortably onto the leg side. Scott comes in from deep square, and Matt Taylor's going to drop out now to third man for Presto. I'm conscious about mentioning our email address, which we would normally do at this point, but Cameron's doing all the cameras on his own today, so I don't know whether you can spot emails as well. You say you can. Okay, so we will mention it. I'll perhaps do that at the end of the over. He's consciously monitoring everything. It's a job for which we are always indebted to him and Shane normally for their efforts. So Prest just dabs it into the ground, and Lace thinks about a throw to the non-striker's end, but Allsop was backing up well and got the call through for a single.
Alert running, because quite often early on in an innings don't see the batsman go after a single like that, especially in 50 over cricket, but it's kind of always there, isn't it? But they sometimes just don't go for it. But maybe it's something to do with the fact that we are in a shortened game, so there's a bit more of the shortened game mindset.
Third man and fine leg both up inside the circle. Worrell around the wicket to Allsop, who tries to punch it away, part through extra cover, and it's gone all the way for 4, beating the dive of Jack Taylor and away up towards the apartments. It's probably the smallest boundary on the ground, actually, that one. Going for the angle, and Allsop with his third boundary, and that's a bit closer to him. Tries to carve that away to deep square, doesn't get a touch through to Tom Lace. Understandable reaction from the early arrivals today that they would have liked to play before 1 o'clock. They certainly let the umpires know that. Slapped away this time by Allsop, and that's gone behind square. That will go all the way down towards the club offices for 4 more. A little bit of width offered by Dan Worrell for the last ball of the over, and he walks away a little ruefully. Nothing wrong with being driven through extra cover, but he won't have been happy about that last delivery, giving Allsop room to go to 22 now, and 27 for naught off 6. 2 more overs to go before Gloucestershire can have extra fielders outside the circle. The email, of course, there it is, top of your screen, commentators@gloucestercc.co.uk. Questions, comments, always welcome.
Matt Taylor in, and Bowles. Prest has got a little bit turned around by that one, as he pokes it in the end out towards cover, and there's no run, but Prest has not had the majority of the strike here. That was his 14th ball compared with Allsop's 23. Allsop in general was in pretty good touch out there so far, especially through the offside. Matt Taylor in, and that's clipped by Prest out towards deep square leg, and they will pick up a single to move Prest up to 6. I mentioned the depth of bowling for Gloucestershire, but there's plenty of depth in batting as far as Hampshire are concerned. They've got, well, on this batting order, depending on which order Scriven and Organ come in, those two down to come in at 8 and 9. Taylor back over the wicket for Allsop, and that's more width, and it's cut down towards the 3rd man boundary, and we'll come back for a second run. Worrell, I'm assuming, made a good diving stop there, but I couldn't see it.
Tumbling, I think we call it.
Tumbling stop, okay. Assumed it had been a decent piece of fielding from the ripple of applause, but not able to see that particular part of the ground. 30 without loss. Allsop now exactly a runner ball for his 24, as he gets a full straight delivery which he defends. I think he was hoping to push that one into a gap, but doesn't get enough bat on it. In general, Allsop's been the aggressor so far, but Hampshire haven't gone absolutely hell for leather yet in this batting power play. As I said, with the depth of batting that they've got, they could almost have decided that they could risk losing an early one to try and get off to a real flyer. Matt Taylor bowls, and Allsop drives in rather ugly fashion out into the covers. No timing whatsoever.
You say that about their batting. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because I look at that batting order, and I don't see real aggressors in there. There isn't somebody who you think, right, could really come out and put together a 20-ball half-century, for example.
I think Fuller would probably be the one lower down. McManus is capable as well of that. As down the pitch comes Allsop, but plays it straight back to the bowler. So another tidy over from Matt Taylor. 4 overs for 15, and could have been 1 for 15 at least if the catch had been taken. 7 overs gone, 30 without loss, just 1 more over remaining in the opening power play. But considering actually the way that Gubbins has been batting this season, I say this season, since he's joined Hampshire, actually, since he's left Middlesex, he says with his tongue firmly in his cheek, but he's been batting very aggressively. Actually, he's hit quite a few 6s this season, 7 in fact, so he's got the most of any Hampshire batsman in this Royal London One Day Cup, and that unbeaten 131 that he made against Sussex at Hove.
Worrell to continue for the last over of the power play. Prest goes aerial over the infield, goes outside the discs, and the ball drops safe away on the offside, and Smith returns, and they'll get 2. not inconceivable that Gloucestershire could try and get the spinners in as soon as the fielding restrictions are lifted. Perhaps Prest getting a little bit irritated by his lack of momentum of his innings. That's a nice shot though, played away out through extra cover. They'll get certainly 2. The ball might actually beat the fielder to the rope, but Smith is just going to slide them. A bit of relay work. They'll come back for 3. Extra run saved by some help for Smith from a long run from Jack Taylor, and both will now go away into the offside for the left-handed Allsop. You may be able to hear the extent of the wind on our effects microphone outside. We're very high up here, but it is a breezy old day. And Worrell around the wicket to Allsop, who squeezes that out on the leg side behind square to Matt Taylor at fine leg. Play that with total comfort. One more to the total. Do you think Hampshire will be aiming north of 200 when they're 37?
Yeah, I would have thought so, wouldn't you? But I guess they're thinking more like lay the foundation and then go hard later on.
So it's just gone in. Worrell down the leg side and clipped out of the reach of Tom Lace by Prest for 4. 4 balls from Dan Worrell in this spell. There have been some really good ones, but some boundary balls as well. Just on Prest's pads, and the dive of Lace couldn't stop it.
Very nonchalant flick that from Prest. It was almost too nonchalant.
And Worrell straightened his line up a bit here. That's a bit better. It's straight to George Scott at backward point. Smith doing some gentle limbering up. He may not be long before he's into the attack, possibly even the next over. Gloucestershire still searching for the first breakthrough. Oh, and that's steered again just towards the gloves of Lace, but not into them. Ball dropping short from Tom Prest at the end of that Worrell over. And 4 overs for 26 for Dan Worrell. That's the end of the opening power play for Hampshire. 41 without loss after 8. Gloucestershire would have hoped for an early wicket, maybe even 2, but they haven't got it, and there is going to be a bowling change, but it won't be Smith.
No, it was a good piece of work actually, that by Tom Lace, because I thought that the outside sneak of Prest was going to head down to the third man boundary, but he did very well to make sure that he parried it on the half volley to keep them down to 1. So the bowling change is Josh Shaw to the attack, replacing Matt Taylor, as I mentioned earlier. 4 overs for 15 Matt Taylor's spell, and here is Shaw on first change. Prest on strike, Shaw in the bowls, and that's clipped down towards fine leg by Prest. It'll just be the single. Overall, Hampshire's power play, I think, had that last over been, say, 5 or 6, then you'd have said pretty even Stevens, because Hampshire's run rate was not express, but just that last over is taking it over 5, which admittedly still not out of control, but does, with 0 wickets down, probably make Hampshire's power play. Shorter ball from Shaw, and it's short arm jabbed out towards the leg side boundary for a single by Tom Allsop.
Is there also a thought here that if they go at a reasonable pace but with no wickets down to the end of the power play, it's only the end of 10 overs, that will help them in any calculations later on?
Yeah, I think they're just also looking at it from the point of view of, as I say, more like build the innings rather than go very hard early on. Bale blowing off there, that's going to be a bit of an issue, I suspect. Shaw to Prest, and that's cut, and this time he beats backward point. There is a fielder on the deep cover boundary, but he's got no chance. And that's away for 4 runs. So Prest, having looks like he'd been racing along early on, has now got his scoring rate up towards a runner ball, just short enough, just wide enough. Prest getting on top of the ball well. It's quite a gap for him to try to find. 47 for no wicket. Shaw bowls. Prest opens the face, angles it down towards third man, and will pick up another single. I must add, I was thinking, like you, possibly they would go straight to that kind of plan which had worked well against Essex. 1 spinner from the Bristol Pavilion end and 1 seamer from the Ashley Down Road end, but with Shaw initially from the Bristol Pavilion end, I lead me to suggest that Warner might be second change. Another short wide ball which is cut by Allsop, but will be cut off by Scott. They're going to come back for a second run on the arm, and they'll make it. Scott's done a good job of dissuading batsmen from coming back for those second runs on his arm this year, but not these two. He took it on and was successful, and that brings up the 50 for Hampshire with 1 ball left in this 9th over. 11 runs off the previous one, and 9 already off this one with 1 ball to go. Shaw to Allsop, and that one cramps him up a little bit, but he's able to open the face, chop it down to third man for 1. So 2 double-digit overs in a row for Hampshire, and they haven't really had to take too many risks to do it either. 51 without loss.
It doesn't feel as if there's been much in the pitch for the bowlers. Perhaps that's how your point about Hampshire thinking these were the best conditions to bat in, perhaps overhead, and maybe even for the pitch itself. Perhaps he saw nothing in the pitch that suggested he shouldn't bat, and he's always also saying that, you know, we back our 2 elements of the team to do the job. We back deep batting order, and we back our bowlers to defend it. And you would know Abbott's view on that better than most. having
met him once, yes.
Met him and worked with him as a commentator, you probably have a thought about how he thinks. Here is Warner into the attack from the Ashley Down Road end, and again back of a length, as the length he's tended to bowl in this competition. And the left-handed Tom Allsop turns it out to Dan Worrell.
Well, you know, Abbo and I, we had a good talk actually on the whole philosophy of cricket and everything like that. Yeah, drilled deep into the mentality as a captain and a bowler.
But what was noticeable was that when we had the championship match at Cheltenham, which followed that white ball game, he was convivial enough to say good morning to you on first name terms. Here is Warner around the wicket, and Allsop again plays it. I say straight to Worrell. He does. Was a slight fumble, but not enough to prevent, to allow the single.
It's a tough job though, being a bowler and a captain. There's not too many who've made a huge success of it. It's just so difficult to think about your bowling and think about captaining the side.
Being that or a keeper are probably the 2 most difficult positions to captain the side from, particularly for a strike bowler. Warner bustles in around the wicket, and that's all chopped into the ground, and again it just dribbles past the stumps. So not quite used to Warner's line and length yet. Saving one on the onside. There's a deep square where there is a comfortable single. Worrell and Charlesworth in at mid-wicket and mid-on. Taylor's at mid-off. Dent at short cover, and that's going to drop just short of him. Leading edge from Allsop, and it was a pitch width in front of Chris Dent. Nothing he could do to get the catch. But Allsop didn't read that.
No, you know, I was just thinking before that ball as well that Warner went wicketless against Essex, but it certainly wasn't because of anything that he did. If he keeps bowling the way that he's bowling, then he's going to get the rewards. And that was a classic Jared Warner delivery from what we've seen of him. Back of a length, cramping up the batsman for room, and nearly got the wicket for it.
And trying out to the right-handed Prest, who works that off his hip. They'll look for two, but there won't be to not to Graham Van Buren's arm anyway. And just the single. His figures did not look great at the end of the Essex game, but it started with, I think it was 4 overs for 11 initially, and then was brought back to bowl in the latter stages when Nijar and Snater were behind the clock. Stays round the wicket to Allsop. That's cut, but there is Graham Van Buren out on the deep point boundary. Just the single, and a tidier over for Gloucestershire, but still no breakthrough yet. Allsop and Prest, the Hampshire openers, certainly doing a decent job for their side to get them to 54 for no wicket off 10. And remember, it's worth 37 overs per side here at Bristol today. We didn't start until 1 o'clock. Just some news from that Worcestershire-Sussex match, where Jacques Banton, younger brother of Tom Banton, and young spinner Josh Baker are trying to get some runs for Worcestershire. They're up to 173 for 7 now.
Josh Shaw round the wicket for his second over to Allsop. Well, one obvious chance and a couple of, not even half chances, but a couple of balls just falling short of fielders have been the fruits of Gloucestershire's labours in the field so far. Shaw bowls to Allsop, who comes down the pitch and then almost gets, well, almost looked like he was about to get winded by that one, and managed to get the bat in front of his body at the last moment and work it for a single out to deep square leg. He's not had a great deal of success, Tom Allsop, has to be said, when he's looked to charge down the pitch at the Gloucestershire bowlers. That looked distinctly awkward, that last shot, but still got a run out of it. 55 for no wicket as Shaw in, and bowls leg side-ish. Prest able to clip it just to the right of Scott, a deep backward square leg, but he will limit it to just the single.
Should just say, if you have joined us since we started at 1 o'clock and you're thinking, who's that behind the stumps today? It is Tom Lace keeping wicket, James Bracey and Ben Wells among a small group of players who are self-isolating under COVID protocols. Neither in the 11 today.
Shaw is up to the wicket and he bowls, and there's a swish and a miss down the leg side, but needless to say, a wide. 57 without loss, and it can't be that easy either with the wind as it is for the bowlers out there at the moment, because it is pretty breezy. It's not really a crosswind. This delivery is driven out to deep point for 1 by Allsop. It's coming slightly across, but mostly behind Josh Shaw at the moment. 58 for no wicket.
If those of you know the Bristol County ground, the weather tends to come from over the back of the pavilion. Looking that way at the moment, the visibility is not too bad, so although the blue sky's gone, we're hopeful.
Shaw to Prest, and that's a flash outside the off stump by Prest, but controlled it pretty well. There's no slip in place, so he could play that shot pretty freely, and picks up another single down to third man. There's some darker clouds over to the left of the pavilion as we look at it, but that lot seems to be missing us, and it's a good job that it is, because there does look to be some rain over there. It's going to be one of those afternoons where you're just going to have to hope you dodge them. Shaw bowls full and driven. Good stop by Tom Smith, one-handed to his left at backward point. Saves probably 2 runs there, with the large amount of outfield to cover for the fielder out on the deep cover boundary for the left-hander, and the end of a better over from Shaw. Still 5 runs off it, 11 gone, and it's 59 for no wicket.
Yes, it's looked pretty flat out there, to be fair, with these two. They haven't, with the one chance that they'd mentioned, Preston only had 3 when he was dropped, giving good support to Allsop, and gets a bit to play a cut shot. There was a ball that was not in the right place to play that shot, really. Needed a bit more of a deft dab. Third man and fine leg both back for Warner. Surprising, isn't it, sometimes how players get sort of stuck in the system, and you think, gosh, they're 24 already. He hasn't played a lot of first team cricket, and here he is trying to make a name for himself in this tournament. Getting back over length and straight to Jack Taylor, but he's got ground to make up, and the running of these two has been pretty good, actually. You know, they would not have played a huge amount together, but maybe Prest is just a confident individual, and Allsop the same. Who were you talking about the other day, where you said that there was always a run out when somebody?
Well, Tenduscarter, I was talking about. Right, yes,
yeah. Always susceptible to a run out. Almost if he is a poor runner.
Well, if he's a great runner, though, that's the thing. He's almost too good sometimes. I think he forgets who he's running with. I think that's more the issue sometimes, or he thinks he's faster than he is occasionally.
Allsop tries to pull Warner away down to fine leg, gets a measure of contact, but nothing with any timing, and it's gone straight to George Scott at deep square, and they'll pick up one more.
You can almost push the field too hard sometimes, and I think that's more the case with somebody like a Tenduscarter. It's not because, I mean, he'll go several innings running terrifically. It's just that sometimes they'll just push it that little bit too far. He's a little bit like a racing driver, maybe.
Warner then to the right-handed Prest, who does cut, but it's perfectly safe, and it's straight to the man down at third man. Dan Wall's down there now. Hampshire openers still together. They lost half a dozen players to the 100, including James Vince, Chris Wood, Mason Crane. Liam Dawson's had an injury blighted summer, hasn't he, really? But he's also away.
Well, he just got injured last night again as well. A return catch, I think it was, rather than a stop, but looked to have maybe bust his finger, which is a shame.
Warner also works that away methodically, and again George Scott does the fielding. I mean, Abbott got 4 quick wickets in Hampshire's last match to basically decide the result. And the one thing about this Gloucestershire side during this tournament is it's been a 2 wickets here and a 2 wickets there kind of situation. Nobody has really run through a side. In a sense, that's not the way the squad is built. Good stop from Warner off his own bowling. He's been tidy since he's come on from this Ashley Down road, and he's just tightened things up a little bit. Worrell's 4 overs cost 26. He's bowled 2 overs for 7 runs.
Yeah, I suppose we had those 2 innings where Josh Shaw and Dan Worrell both took 4 wickets and nobody else took any. But when the bowling attack has had success, it's tended to be off the back of the spinners, but Tom Smith in particular, taken 3 wickets a couple of times, and then Van Buren last match also taking 3 for. And speaking of spin, it will be time for some, with Tom Smith replacing Josh Shaw after 2 overs for 15. I think too much of a surprise that Tom Smith has come into the attack. Sponsored by Bush Washrooms. We've got to get it in there. And it'll be the left-handed Allsop on strike, and we'll see whether this pitch continues to turn like it did in the Essex match. Here's Smith, he bowls, and there's a reverse sweep attempted by Allsop, and he has got thin air. It goes through to Tom Lace behind the stumps. Of course, this will be the other test, especially if the ball is going to turn. Tom Lace standing up to these spinners. Here's Smith in and bowls, and that's worked by Allsop. A yelp from Tom Smith. Goes just wide of fielder at short fine leg, and Allsop able to come through for a single, brings Preston to strike.
Yeah, the Hampshire attack has got Felix Organ as a front line spinner, and then the question would be whether they would use someone like a Joe Weatherly or a, I mean, Gubbins took 4 wickets against Sussex bowling his leg breaks, but
well,
he's by no means a regular.
No, those
bowler.
were his first 4 list A wickets,
Yeah.
even. And Joe Weatherly's certainly worked in the past. He says, leaving that one there. Here's Smith, round arm wide of the wicket, and played up towards mid-on. No run. Haven't seen a ball turn extravagantly yet. Smith off his decent length run in and bowls. Prest cuts that one out towards the deep cover boundary. It'll just be the single. So Buren gets the throw in. Warner, as you mentioned, 2 overs for 7. Gloucestershire will be hoping, I think, that this is a bowling partnership that can take them through this next immediate phase of the game. Smith in, and there's a reverse sweep which has popped up into the air. They'll come through for a single. That was the reverse sweep there again. I think we might have to call that one, because it's gone on the side that the conventional sweep would have gone. They've come through for a single. Not sure if it was glove or shoulder of the bat, but Allsop getting away with it and moving on to 37. Last ball of the over from Smith. He's in, and that's a little bit shorter, and pressed onto the back foot, working out to deep mid-wicket, and another single. So tidy start from Smith, as you'd expect. 4 runs off the over. He dragged that last one back a bit, and I was just wondering whether Smith was just seeing whether there was going to be a bit more grip from one just a little bit further back of a length, but didn't seem to be much there. After 13 overs, Hampshire are 67 without loss, still travelling at just over 5 runs and over, but with no wickets down, things can still accelerate considerably in the second, I suppose, 2/3 of Hampshire's innings.
Yes, they're about a third of the way through at the moment. 37 overs in all. Warner to continue. I will try and do this as quickly as I can. One of Sarah Blowen's lieutenants at the Gloucestershire Exiles has a big birthday tomorrow. I imagine he'll be on the stream today watching, because he's not a local. Up in the north. Mr. Davis, many happy returns from everybody at Gloucestershire for your raising your bat to the crowd day tomorrow. Here is Warner. In from the Ashley Down Road end, whipped away by Prest for another single. Hampshire, you're a rugby fan, aren't you, Ed, to some degree? Wasps had a reputation at certain points, going back a little while, of always getting into a position where they made a late run to qualify for whatever knockout phase there may be in various tournaments. And Hampshire are getting a bit of a reputation for that themselves, and it's worked away by Alsop down to fine leg. Shaw will come in. The throw's a bit wayward. There was some backing up done there. Just a single. And Hampshire did that in the T20, where they had to chase in the last game and then win with within a certain number of overs, and managed it. And they're lurking in the middle of this table, aren't they, with 3 to play? And you think, are they going to make another late dash up on the rails? Gloucestershire trying to do that themselves. Warner in, pulled by Prest, away through mid-wicket, and that will go all the way for 4. That was too short. Prest quickly onto it. Back of a length is fine, but a half tracker, as you call them, Ed, is not.
No, it doesn't get up much, even on Prest, who's not the tallest, and it just kind of sat there, really, didn't it? It didn't have the same kind of fizz that sometimes we've seen back of a length deliveries have from Warner. It was pleading to be hit.
Prest onto 34. Warner pass to him, and that's check drive, really. My view of that catch was partially obscured by Paul, our cameraman outside. We've had a couple of Gloucestershire wickets fall to that shot, cut to point where you felt the ball was almost looping. Was that really was another loopy one from Prest to Smith?
It was somewhere in between loopy and a sort of a flat
real
hard
crack
hit. It was, yeah, somewhere in between the two, I would say.
Warner, a big leap, quite a big leap. That's chopped down by Prest to Jack Taylor, and he shows at the non-striker's end. Matt Taylor backing up. Something was safely back.
But of course, Prest was also dropped in his match-winning, as it turned out, effort against Gloucestershire in the T20 down at the Aegeus Bowl. It was a catch right on the boundary, and I think the fielder had more room than I thought on that occasion, so Gloucestershire have given him a couple of lives.
That's more the 14th, and that's a good response from Warner to come back having dragged that one ball down rather too far. So he's bowled 3 overs for 12. Matt Taylor 4 overs for 15 from the pavilion end at the outset. Dan Morrell 4 overs for 26. Shaw 2 overs for 15, and Tom Smith's opening over cost 4. And the maths is that it's 3 bowlers bowling 7 and 2 bowlers bowling 8. But obviously you can use an extra bowler which may change that in due course. But this is a good start from Hampshire, without question.
Yep, Gloucestershire in desperate need of some wickets here, and Tom Smith, so often before, asked to provide them. Smith into Alsop, who goes for a sweep shot, and well, Smith's the only one really. Billy Smith really wanted that one, and is looking around to see whether anybody else is looking as aghast as him, and the answer is they're not. We'll have a look on the replay. It's pretty difficult to tell, of course, from just off angle, but my initial thought was that he got his pad outside the line of off stump. Very full this time from Smith, and whipped straight to Dent at short mid wicket, and there's no run.
In the test match, it's lunch. India 191 for 5, lead by 8.
It's just setting itself up for a typical Ravi Jadeja type innings. Counter-attacking, taking the game away. Smith to Alsop. It's turned away out to the backward square leg boundary in the end, and a single is taken. 74 without loss. Apologies for the hesitation, but just craning my neck to try and see where the fielder was. So 74 without loss. They've got Shardul Thakur in after Jadeja. Smith bowls full, and oh, that's parried straight to Dent, who's going to have a shot at the stumps. He hits them, but Prest has made it almost. An excellent bit of tandem fielding there by Smith and Dent. It certainly looked good for the crowd, but pressed through for the single. And see the parry with the left hand of Smith, and the shot at the stumps pressed well home. 75 without loss. I suppose just finishing off on the Test match, though, the hope from the England point of view is that you can get through that final three of India's quite easily. The bottom three are not the greatest with bat in hand, I think it's fair to say. Smith to Alsop, who uses his feet, and then, goodness, he's tried to clip the ball leg side, and I think it's come right off the, almost looked like it came off the back of the bat out into the offside, and somehow Alsop's managed to get a run out of that. 76 without loss.
Ugly.
All at sea there, Alsop has pressed, uses his feet, makes it into a low full toss, but just takes a single out to George Scott on the deep square leg boundary. So another over which has just produced 4 singles off the bowling of Tom Smith. 15 overs have gone, and Hampshire 77 without loss. Feels as though they've been at 5.1 an over for about the last 7 or 8 overs at least now, and they're just beginning to tick things up. There was just picking up on that late run point as well. There's another side, cricket-wise, who have had a real reputation for doing that, have been out in the IPL with the Mumbai Indians. They traditionally get off to a very slow start, lose their first 2, and then just go storming through the rest of it and win the title. That's been their MO, and I guess it's something maybe where if you do it once, twice, then you start to believe you'll keep doing it.
Warner to continue from the Ashley Down road end. That's punched up to Charlesworth at mid-off. Hampshire's all their remaining group matches are away, so they don't have the GS Bowl to help them. Although help is the right word. Sometimes I do feel the pitches are a bit lifeless down there.
Well, Gloucestershire certainly haven't had a great time on them in recent times in white ball cricket. Never won a T20 game there, and I think it's 7 of the last 8 they've lost in list A as well.
Record's horrible.
Something like that.
Warner to the left-handed Alsop. Works that out to his left. There's a stretch, I think, from Josh Shaw to try and stop that with his boot rather than going down, and it's Smith actually. The ball's got past him, they've come back for 2.
It's a dangerous thing to do, that, reaching out with your foot like that, and I just hoped that he was okay, because he was looking a bit dodgy with a hamstring for a moment there.
Warner around the wicket. Chopped out by Alsop to Jack Taylor. Gloucestershire look like they're going to be able to bat out their overs against Sussex, or very close. They're 195 for 9 now in the 47th, so
still going to take some defending.
It's a lot better position than they were in earlier on, and they started late at Radlett where they Kent 68 for 2 against Middlesex. Warner under what is quite an overcast sky, heading into Alsop, chopped away down to third man. They'll come back for 2. It's quite a long way for Worrell to come round in front of the club office. He's very methodical, very unfussy Alsop, isn't he?
Yep. Yeah, that's a way of saying it. I think he's not done anything too well apart from that reverse sweep, which these days isn't much of a particularly special shot. Against the seamers in particular, yeah, he's been very unfussy today.
Warner tries again, it's off his hip, down to Josh Shaw, and again they'll look for 2, and the throw just is beaten by the returning sprint from Alsop. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't call him thrilling to watch, would you? But just very effective.
Yeah, just the one bail removed there by Tom Lace, and I'll come back to why I've said that possibly at the end of the over.
twos in this over for Allsop. Warner to him, nothing there though. Straight to Smith at mid-wicket. So Warner's now bowled 4 overs for 19. And Gloucestershire can't seem to check this steady run of Hampshire of just, you want to rotate the strike between these two. With 7 boundaries in 16 overs is not a huge number, but Prest was missed when he was on 3. An acceptable chance off Matt Taylor by Tom Smith. And feels like Gloucestershire needed that early breakthrough really to get into this Hampshire batting, which, as we've said, is pretty deep.
Yeah, but nothing but scraps really since then. Smith to Prest, who goes across his stumps, top edges this one, and it's going to go right over the top of the keeper. Charlesworth will slide and relay it to Shaw, and managed to get 2 runs out of that. So we've had the single from Allsop for the reverse sweep that went onto the leg side. Had the single off the back of the bat, I think, from Allsop, and now this one with a top edge straight over the top of the wicketkeeper. Smith to Prest, who comes down the pitch and drives pleasantly through extra cover, but it's a short boundary out there, and Van Buren is able to eat up the ground to make sure that was able to come back for a second run. But Prest up to 40 now. He's already passed his previous highest List A score in this innings. Allsop 45, facing up to Tom Smith as things are a little bit cooler and more overcast here, as Allsop once again tries to execute the reverse sweep, but for his troubles he'll only get a single out to deep point. The reason I mentioned that whole one bail thing was that I was very kindly pointed out on Twitter by somebody as to the nature of the semi-controversy surrounding the Tom Westley run-out in the last match. It wasn't, as I had thought, that Westley thought the ball wasn't in Bracey's hands. Smith in and bowls, and pushing forward is Tom Prest. There's all this hesitation here, but I think they're going to get away with it. The communication between Allsop and Prest, not the greatest, but Matt Taylor had to sprawl a fair way at backward point to get the ball under control, and then just not enough time for him to get the throw into the non-strikers, and it was Allsop, as you can see, fairly committed to the run. Pressed with a hesitation, but Allsop running to the danger end. Allsop's gone back there to a shorter delivery and punched that one out into the offside for 1, just wide of cover, but runs off every ball this over from Smith. Continuing to tick things up. I will finish that point about the run out in a moment, but Tom Smith doesn't give you a huge amount of time to expand on things, as there's another shot for it for an out. So there's the breakthrough. Tom Smith once again the man to provide it, and a full delivery, bat and pad quite close together from Prest, but not too much hesitation there from umpire Mark Newell. Here's the replay. Yeah, well, bat and pad close together, as I say. Must have been pad first. Prest is not walking off as if he feels it was bat first. And the one thing that you tend to know with Tom Smith is he's going to bowl stump to stump. So I think once he hadn't managed to get the inside edge on it, it was looking pretty out. So Prest goes leg before wicket Smith for 41, and that was the end of the 17th over. Hampshire 90 for 1.
Yeah, Smith will feel just a crumb of comfort that he's got rid of Prest having dropped him earlier, but 38 runs difference in a shortened game is a significant advantage to Hampshire from that drop. So Smith will now feel he's gone towards getting himself back towards the credit situation. I want to keep that going. Now he's got 2 left-handers to bowl up, with Gubbins coming in at number 3.
9th wicket of the season, 50 over season, of course, that is for Tom Smith. Next highest wicket taker is jointly Dan Worrell and Josh Shaw with 6.
So you've got 2 left-handers and a short leg side boundary if you're bowling from the pavilion end. That's an interesting concept. I wonder whether Van Buren might be brought on at this end. Here is Josh Shaw, who's changed ends and coming in to bowl to Allsop. Warner out of the attack, 4 overs for 19. It might be back to that combination you spoke about earlier, Ed, having the spinner at the pavilion end and the seamer at the Ashley Down Road end, where the straighter boundary is shorter. Matt Taylor and Ben Charlesworth both on the edge of the circle at mid-on and mid-off respectively, but Gubbins has been in decent form for Hampshire in this tournament. Shaw around the wicket to him, and he plays that firmly straight down the ground off the first ball he faces, and Ben Charlesworth comes across to do the fielding. Made a pretty nice sound first ball, didn't it?
Yeah, well, he's made an unbeaten 130 in both the championship and the 50 overs now since joining Hampshire. The 137 not out, of course, coming at Cheltenham, but then another unbeaten 130 to help them beat Sussex at home in this competition.
Allsop, a little nudge down to third man, taken by Dan Worrell. The ironic applause, I suspect, is from maybe there is a stag party group in today, so they're probably enjoying themselves, I would suggest.
Not be enjoying themselves too much in a moment though, because it appears to have started to rain, unfortunately. Not too heavy at the moment.
Yeah, just looking against the sight screen, I can see that it is just starting to drizzle a bit down the leg side from Shaw. That would be a wide, only the second wide of the innings. And Ian Gould just walking down the pitch. I wonder whether there was a thought there about either Shaw's follow through or where the Hampshire batsmen were running. We're in the 18th over, and Shaw in his second spell finds Gubbins playing him out through extra cover, and that's gone all the way for 4. He timed that really well. He looks in prime form with a shot like that. That's as good a shot as we've seen today from anybody. Nothing Graham Van Buren could do about that. Van Buren didn't have far to go, but it was racing away.
Just a controlled flash of the wrists, really, but there was nothing flashy about it.
98 for 1 Hampshire. Gubbins will take them to 99 with a single. Playing off his pads out to George Scott.
All the movements just perfectly in sync, as you would expect from a batsman who appears to be in the form that Nick Gubbins is. Made a couple of other 50s as well as the unbeaten 130, so in fact he's passed 50 in all but one of his innings.
So that rain is getting heavier. Shaw into Allsop, that's away off the pad. Inconceivable that umpires might have a chat at the end of the over.
They're doing their best, aren't they, to wait it out, because it doesn't look as though we've missed the majority of the rain cloud, but just the odd sort of
they are
and drab.
I think. Are they going off?
I think they're asking now the ground staff as to whether it's going to move through. I mean, from our vantage point, it certainly looks as if it will.
Where's it coming from? This is the question. And the answer is, at the moment, they seem happy to stay out there. So, 100 off 18 for Hampshire, only 1 wicket down. They're in a pretty decent position if we do have an interruption. So there are some umbrellas up.
It is pretty steady rain. In other circumstances they'd be off by now if it was thought that There is a significant amount of rain on the way. Here's Smith, and Allsop goes back and works that one out to deep square leg, and will pick up a single and bring up his half century. So that's Allsop's third now half century in the 4 matches that he has played. He's been in very good touch.
Yeah, 61 balls and 4 fours. You may have heard Terry Blake on the PA.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of way of too much alarm in that innings. There's a reverse paddle from Gubbins, and he's got it away down towards the third man boundary. It's going to be hauled in by a sliding Charlesworth, and once again the tandem of Charlesworth and Shaw able to prevent the boundary, but a couple of runs taken. Gubbins clearly feeling very confident to pull out a shot like that. Just his 4th ball of the innings. Smith is in and bowls. Gubbins goes back and tries to whip that one past a diving dent at short mid-wicket, and has managed to do so. And able to come through for 1 run, 104 for 1. I guess I'll finally get to that point about the run out. The whole point from Wesley's point of view was that there was 1 bail already removed, and now they're going off, so I'll finish the story. There was 1 bail already removed, and I think Tom Wesley was unaware of the fact that if 1 bail is already removed, then the other bail can be removed as if they were both there. You don't have to pull the stump out just because 1 bail's removed. And I had a look at the replay thanks to the suggestion on Twitter, and that's exactly what happened. So there was already 1 bail off. Wesley, unaware of the laws of the game, as nearly every professional cricketer is, and so that's why he hung around for a bit and then had the rules of the game explained to it.
So the question is now, is the tractor bringing on the covers for the pitch?
It's almost stopped now, the rain, it has to be said.
Conversation will be between...
No, I think they're waving them off now again.
Yeah, I think, yes, Sean, having seen one of the ground staff pull the tractor covers on towards the pitch, the rain is certainly now easier than it was at one time when they were actually playing, and they're going to take the covers off and come back out for the resumption of that over. And I think that's a fair decision by Ian Gould. They tried to ask whether there was much rain coming. The belief presumably was that there wasn't a lot, and if anything they would have gone off probably before Smith's over started, because that's when the conditions were at their worst. But as it happens, the Hampshire batsmen are going to have to come out again and resume in the 19th over. But they've got a good start here, and you would say that well above 220 is possible, which would take some getting.
Yeah, I wonder where the point that you'd say you double the score after for a 37 over game is, but we're certainly not there yet, and you'd have to think that, yeah, well in excess of that is possible, especially the way that Gubbins has come out and timed the ball. 9 off 5, already executed a perfect cover drive and a reverse paddle. So after that brief bit of not quite fast but too far off it, we're ready to get underway again. It's Tom Smith bowling to Nick Gubbins, and it's short and turning into the body of the Allsop, and they're going to come back for a second run here, and the throw comes in but not in time to get the run out. So more decent running there from Allsop. He moves his total up to 52. So Gubbins at the non-strikers end on 9. Allsop at the moment is guiding Hampshire through this innings, playing the sort of semi-anchor role. Hasn't really gone too far out of himself yet. And doesn't here either. Tries to pick the gap between the two fielders on the leg side boundary, but it is not a long way out there, and it's quite difficult to get twos to that side of the ground. Wayne van Buren off the boundary rope to field. 7 for 1. Two left-handers hitting to the leg side boundary. With Smith angling and turning the ball into them. See whether they see it, these two, as an opportunity to try and really go after Tom Smith. They've been content just to work the ones and twos so far. Smith in and bowls, and Gubbins looks a little frustrated as he's picked out Chris Dent at short mid-wicket, and a dot ball that I think was kind of necessary after the first 5 balls of the over had gone for 7. Could have turned out to be a really big over, that gone to the boundary. So 19 overs gone, 107 for 1.
Just news of the other key match probably in this group at the moment. Worcestershire 233 for 9 against Sussex. They were 137 for 7 there. So the last 3 wickets have produced another 96. Banton made 33, Morris 22, and Finch 23 not out. It's carved away by Allsop. A good stop by Van Buren right on the deep square on the point boundary. They're going to come back for 2, and they've made it, but that was a very good piece of fielding. He saved 2 runs. It was cracked away with some power by Allsop, and a good stop and a good return, but that was quite a recovery from Worcestershire. And Henry Crocombe appears to be the bowler who was suffered there. 10 overs for 70, but 2 of the spinners took 6 wickets between them. Shaw around the wicket again, worked off his pads by Allsop. So a little bit flat, the contact with that one, but he only got 1 run for it. Here, Hampshire, I won't say doing much as they like, but they are in a very organised fashion, just slowly ticking the runs up. Shaw in, that's come off the pad this time, out on the offside. And the interesting thing, they've only had 2 leg byes and 2 wides in the innings, which does suggest that they're playing a lot off the bat with some comfort.
Sorry, Ian, I was just rewriting the numbers on my sheet. I like to write out the names and numbers in large font, but a couple of drops of rain had obscured some of the numbers, so I was just writing those back in.
Shaw tries again, off the back foot this time by the tall figure of Gubbins, but no reward out to Chris Dent.
It's been, though, so far not far off the way that they just went about things at Cheltenham in the championship match. It's just quite business-like. Just ruthless wouldn't be quite the right word, but
actually would be a good word, actually, I think.
They just, they just went about things in exactly the kind of professional manner that you would hope they would if you're Hampshire.
Oh, that's gone way up in the air. It's going to drop safe, is it? No, it's very well caught. Very well caught by Jared Warner. And Gubbins has got to go. He's made a lot of ground there, Warner, and taken a very good catch. It looks as if it was going to drop safe. He got way underneath it, way down to fine leg. And look at how low Warner takes this. That's the example of when a slide really does work for you. And
yeah.
Gloucester get their second wicket.
A perfectly timed slide, wasn't it? And he slid a fair way as well, which made it even more difficult to time the slide. And I wonder whether he sort of went into the slide knowing exactly where he was going to reach with it, or it was just a case of, right, I've got to get down low and slide because the ball's going to be coming to him down low. I'm not quite sure. Either way, it was perfectly judged in the end, and a huge wicket that of Gubbins, because he has been hitting the ball very well. I would say probably not the best option that he's likely to have taken in recent times there, because he's trying to clear a massive leg side boundary, and it looked like he was trying to just pick it up and clip it into that, or over that boundary at deep square leg, but it's a massive hit out there, and you have to really go after it, I think, if you're going to clear that boundary.
And my thought was it was going to drop safe.
Well, it almost looked like he chipped it into the gap, really.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what he was looking to do, but ended up looking like that was going to happen. Yeah, like you, I didn't think Warner was going to be able to get there.
So success for Josh Shaw. This is his third over. It's been quite expensive. But batsman cross. Joe Weatherly is the new man at the non-striker's end. Can Gloucestershire get rid of Allsop and get two new men in together? Well, Shaw finishes the over with a bouncer, and he will have 1 for 27 from his 4 overs. 20 overs gone. Hampshire cracking along at 5.5. Gloucestershire at least have got one new man to bowl at, and Weatherly joins Allsop, who's very much in with his 56. What can he do in terms of going on? His top score in this tournament is 68 this year, but as Ed said, this is his third half century, so he's nothing if not consistent.
Well, Weatherly is going to face his first ball. It'll be from Tom Smith. Weatherly had a decent time of it in the T20 Blast for Hampshire, just the 1/2 century, but he was very consistent. Again, was kind of the word you'd probably say about Weatherly in that one, as Smith bowls full and driven down to long off by Weatherly. He'll get 1. In this tournament, he has managed 1/2 century in his 4 matches. Average just a tick under 30. Strike rate of just 67 though, so I'm sure we'll need that to be a little higher here, but he's certainly capable of getting it a lot higher than that, Joe Weatherly, when he gets going. Smith to Allsop, who brings out the sweep quite early and gets it pretty well connection-wise, but straight to deep backward square, and we'll just pick up a single. 112 for 2, so Hampshire didn't waste much time on Nelson. Tom Smith moving back round the wicket, bowls to Weatherly, who's going to go for a tip and run here. This could be a run out, and they've got him. That looked like an ill-advised single right from the off. It was played pretty much straight to Dent at short extra cover, and even though there was no direct hit, Tom Lace was able to remove the bails in time, and that is the wicket that Gloucestershire were after. Tom Allsop out. Here's the replay, and yeah, Allsop looks to be well short. He got into his dive, but he's not going to have been in the crease when he started his dive, and that really has to be said, a poor run from Weatherly, who has sold his partner down the river.
Well, that was the double breakthrough. You get 2 new batsmen in. Maybe there's a chance to check the board a little bit. Going along.
Incoming batsman Ian Holland.
5.5 and over. Now 15 overs to go. I'd say that Holland and Weatherly are not capable, but Allsop was very much set, and with his departure, these two may at least have a look for perhaps 2 or 3 overs before deciding how they're going to try and build the chase in the last dozen or so.
So the championship opening partnership that put on 174 together at Cheltenham is reunited here in somewhat different situations. That chipped in the air, first ball just short of short mid-wicket from Ian Holland, and a pretty airy-fairy shot to start his innings off. Even to a fielder who's not as quick off the mark as Chris Dent is, that looked like a very ill-judged single. Smith bowls, and that's flashed at by Holland outside the off stump, and it goes down to short third man, and another dot ball. So Gloucestershire really trying to get the old word, the squeeze on in the middle overs here. Smith into Holland, who drives at that one and misses it. Goes up in the air off the gloves of Tom Lace. Tremendous stuff there from Tom Smith to the new batsman. Holland looking quite edgy to get off the mark. Couldn't do so. So he's still on 0. 21 overs gone, 112 for 3. The run out of Allsop, 57 off 67 balls. But even if Chris Dent hadn't been as quick off the mark, it would have been a poor single. Even though Chris Dent didn't hit the stumps direct, it was still a poor single, and not really in keeping with how Hampshire have gone about things so far.
Chris Dent's not sitting on his hands here in terms of his bowlers. Josh Shaw, again, just 2 overs, but having taken a wicket. Jared Warner is back. He will see if he can cause trouble for Weatherly. Dab out from him to Jack Taylor at backward point, gets him a single. So beyond these two, still McManus and the dangerous James Fuller, who, as Gloucestershire supporters will know, is a proper hitter at 7. And you've still got Organ, Scriven, Abbott and Turner below that, so quite a bit of batting still to come. Holland, not get a single there. And just listening to the end of Hampshire's win in their last game, feeling that Holland hadn't batted much in this tournament, and as a result he kind of needed a score. His top score is only 7. He's had 1 not out, hasn't yet made a significant contribution. Can Jared Warner send him on his way again here? He's lost his run as he comes in.
Sure if it had anything to do with this gust of wind that's
there is
disturbing papers here.
Papers and covers at the far end, more to the point. Covers are being billowed up in front of the pavilion. Got a good number in front of the Thatcher's Bar today.
So we haven't had an advertising board blow off quite yet.
Yeah,
Has been known.
Warner right arm over the wicket. Comes in and bowls, and that's too tight for Holland to play that shot. It was a attempted cut, but couldn't get for him to play that. And the wickets will help Gloucestershire in the DL later on too, won't they? Having got to 15 overs without having lost a wicket. The Duckworth Lewis would have looked a bit horrible in any chase, should it come to that. But now 3 down, chance to check things a bit. Warner again to Holland. Again, he's tucked up, and Jack Taylor again makes the stop at backward point.
Sixth wicket down in the test match, and it is that of KL Rahul. Once again, James Anderson providing the breakthrough. So 205 for 6 now. India lead by 22, but 1 more wicket and you're into what is a very fragile tail.
Warner, at the end of his run in this 37 over Hampshire innings after a late start, pitches that well up. Holland can't get it away, it's on the pads. And by contrast with Gubbins, who looked to be seeing the ball like a football even after only a couple of deliveries, Holland's sketchy form in this competition looks evident already by the fact that he's not really played the right shot or got it in the middle of the bat.
There's a lot of angry slashing from Holland out there so far, but Gloucestershire know exactly what he's capable of if he gets in, so we want to get him out before he's got himself set.
Warner again, that's outside the off stump. Not a wide, it was wide enough to try and play the cut, but he didn't get on it. And Warner's now just conceded a single from that over. 5 overs for 20, 113 for 3 after 22, so 15 overs to go. A run a ball from here would get them past 200. And that still might be a tricky chase. Smith is going to be taken out of the attack. 5 overs, 1 for 23. And more spin though.
Yeah, one slow left armour replacing another. Oh, it's been greeted with special warmth from particularly one section of the crowd. Happy to see Van Buren into the attack. Well, no, I'm just saying with particular this time. Everyone would be glad to see him into the attack, of course. Van Buren bowls, and that's chipped in the air, and almost particularly glad because he almost produced a wicket off his first ball, and another one which has just fallen short of a fielder inside the circle. This time Chris Dent at short extra. Van Buren bowls, flighted, and Weatherly drives straight to Dent. Short extra cover. Yeah, I think if we're going back to your point about 200 on this, I mean, 200 was made to look very difficult by Essex in the 50 over match last time out. Weatherly goes back and will pick up a run, a cut out to deep cover. But in a 37 over match, you'd have to think it still is going to be a tricky chase, and these two certainly not making batting out there look anything like as easy as Sop and Prest did at one stage earlier on. So I think we've got yet another bail blown off. Constant battle on a day like this. Here's Van Buren bowls to Holland, who works that one and can't beat short mid-wicket this time. Jack Taylor in there. Keeps Holland still on naught, and now the batsman is going to have a chat with each other. Holland, I suppose, has to try and remain as patient as he can. He's going to go for the reverse sweep and miss this one as well. The pad well outside the line of off stump, so not even a shout for LBW. I don't mean this unkindly, but I think if there was a chance, Van Buren would have appealed for it. There's a top edge sweep this time. It's going to go up in the air. Shaw running back, just can't get it. It's over his shoulder, and Holland does get off the mark, and will get off the mark with 2 runs. Another ball which just falls out of reach of the Gloucestershire fielder. Holland with 2 to his name, and 2 off 11 balls, as you can see on your screen there. 116 for 3 after 23, approaching the halfway mark of the innings. No.
Well,
what am I talking about?
Well beyond.
Apologies for that. I was thinking about 47, not 37. Oh,
did you pass your maths O-level?
No, because I didn't take an O-level. Touché.
So Warner is going to continue his spell. Remember, 2 bowlers can bowl 8 overs. Anyone else can't bowl more than 7. And this is Warner's 6th. He's got Weatherly at the other end. And it just dabs out into the onside, and they will get a single. Actually, Gloucestershire may not mind that, because they might think they could bowl more economically to Holland.
Certainly got the pressure on both batsmen, really, because Weatherly 4 off 7 isn't exactly a flying start, and he's also dealing with the potential thoughts of what he may or may not have done in the run out of Tom Alsop.
Back beyond the end of the 30-yard circle, turns and is on his way. Into Holland, who tries to whip that into the leg side. Dent will try and hit the stumps at the striker's end, and he nearly hit, although Weatherly's bat was down. I'm not sure how tight was this. It was a bit of a hoik. A tight call, that. ultimately, Mark Newell didn't need to make it because that was fractionally off target. 118 for 3, scoreboard a bit more even than it was half an hour ago. Good ball from Warner once again. I wonder whether he might, with Dan Worrell leaving after this tournament, he might get a go with the red ball at the end of the season.
Well, I think, you know, if I can say such a thing, I would like to see it. I'd very much like to see what he's got with the red ball, because he's not had a chance to show if he can swing the ball yet, really, because he's been consistently coming on first change in white ball cricket.
To Weatherly, it's outside the off-stump, past a diving Jack Taylor. They'll get certainly 2, you'd have thought here. I think about one on the throw, but Josh Shaw's got it away quickly, and they'll settle for a couple. Hampshire's run rate is still above 5. It shows how, even though they've slowed up, it shows what good work the top order did. Stand of 90 for the first wicket between Preston and Alsop. Preston to Smith for 41 after he'd been dropped by Smith when he only made 3. Warner in again. Then a little dab out for a single. It's better running. There's some dark cloud around again. No umbrellas up at the moment. But we've had this quite stiff breeze and swirly sort of breeze for most of the day. Five and over would be still quite a challenge for Gloucestershire here. Warner in again, and it's a slash by Holland, goes down towards the boundary at third man's a good stop. Down there, Josh Shaw with the return, and we'll keep them down to 1. It's like bowling to somebody on a Sunday who you think is going to get out at every ball, Ian Holland, at the moment, and you find that everything's dropping safe or he's missing it.
It's been a particularly, well, aesthetically displeasing innings, this, from Ian Holland so far. There have been slashes all over the place, attempted whips through the leg side that he's completely missed, but he's still there, and whilst he's still there, he's still got a chance. But it's almost, you almost feel, especially with that last shot, like he's reached a point where he's thought, right, I'm just hitting the ball completely not how I'd like, so I'm just going to try and hit the cover off it. Holland off strike, Weatherly on strike facing Van Buren, and it's cut out to deep cover for a single. Do you like what I did there? Because I was going to say the wrong batsman, and I corrected myself. 124 for 3. I'm sure nobody would have noticed. Van Buren to Holland. He's going to go for the scoop this time, and he's got this one just wide of Josh Shaw, and it'll be 4 runs. So maybe that's the shot that gets Ian Holland going. He exposed all 3 stumps there, having moved a fair way across. Here's the replay. Van Buren bowling pretty much stump to stump. Yep, just got in the traditional paddle sweep position and timed it quite nicely and got it fine of Josh Shaw for 4. Now he's going to go for the reverse sweep, and he's got this one just over the head of Charlesworth. This time it's short third man, and that's 4 more. So Holland all of a sudden unleashes a flurry on Graham Van Buren. 2 well executed shots, I would say.
He's worked out that he's going to attack the small boundary even if it's behind him.
Good work to get that one up and over short third man. Next delivery, oh, he's been completely bamboozled by that one, and that's gone past Tom Lace, and there'll be another boundary this time. It'll be, I think, 4 byes. Yes, apologies, the top of the railing was just in the way at the inopportune moment there, but some turn and some bounce there, which I'm sure will excite Felix Organ in particular. We mentioned a couple of other spin options that Hampshire have, Now a reverse sweep comes out. Van Buren shout for leg before, but nobody else. And no bat involved. Will be a leg by this over. It has not gone the way that Gloucestershire would have hoped. 14 runs off it. Mixture of some very good batting, a bit of good fortune as well. Van Buren in, and Weatherly gets a little tucked up by this one and just sends it out to backward point, and there'll be a dot to finish. But as I say, expensive over. 25 overs bowled, 137 for 3. Van Buren didn't really do a whole lot wrong in that over. As we said, whilst it was an expensive one, certainly the last few deliveries especially were decent ones, but the previous two were good shots. If he's going to take on the reverse sweep and try to hit it in the air, then there's always a half chance there, and going for the scoop is
12 overs
to not without risk.
Sorry, 12 overs to go. 37 overs per side in this match. If you are thinking about a truncated day, we are at 20 to 3 in the afternoon. There will be a 20-minute break only between the innings today, so just a quick sandwich and then the players back out.
Drizzle is started again.
This might be Warner's last over. He could bowl 8, but if it's 7, then this will be the last one. Ian punched, almost a slog down the ground from Holland. Again, not a very aesthetically pleasing stroke. Perhaps he's seen the drizzle and thought, let's try and get this rate up above 6. More chat between skipper and bowler. Certainly needed to get rid of Tom Alsop when they ran him out. Chris Dent with the throw. These two trying to get the impetus back into the Hampshire innings and nudge away by Weatherly. The cry is yes, yes for the second run, and they'll make it despite ground being made up by Van Buren out of the square boundary on the Kennington Avenue side.
It's just beginning to feel like this is the point where these two might just start to get away from Gloucestershire. It's not at that point quite yet, but it's the signs that they're beginning to build something here.
Or again to Weatherly, just a little dab out on the offside. Jack Taylor's throw is backed up, a comfortable single.
I've had an email in from Robin Learmount, who is very impressed with Jared Warner. What a superb action this man has. Reminds me of the rhythmical Robinson, Stuart Broad, and in days of yore, John Snow. Can you give us a little more info about Jared, his contribution to Gloucestershire, age, and how long you've had the benefit of his fast bowling skills? Well, we'll try our best to get to that as the over goes on.
Holland tries to slash at that outside the off stump. Warner was at Yorkshire, signed at the end of last season. This is his first year at Gloucestershire.
3-year deal.
Hadn't had a whole lot of opportunity at Yorkshire. A lot of people in front of him in the queue. Had a loan spell at Sussex, and was signed, I suspect, because of the Richard Dawson connection. You might have seen him come up through the system at Headingley. Warner in, well, that's hit down the ground, but again it's just short of Charlesworth. Holland again not timing it. Looks like he's playing with something you might put a fence post in with sometimes. That sound off the bat, but
I thought you were saying he'd been playing with a fence post.
Well, nearly.
There's something quite extraordinary about watching a professional cricketer struggle like this. I mean, but he's got 15 more than a lot would have made out there, but he's found it so difficult. But there's been something almost slightly pleasurable in a sadistic way about watching him go about his business here.
Last ball, the 26th over. Another dot from Warner, and I think he's benefited from having a regular run in the team in this tournament. 7 overs for 32. Yes, his only real contribution in terms of wickets was at Hove.
But what a wicket one of them in particular was.
Well, the Ollie Carter one was probably the one that may have won Gloucestershire the match that day. 11 overs to go, 142 for 3. I think Hampshire's still looking north of 220 if one of these can stick around. And even if they both should go, there's a bit of batting to come yet.
Van Buren will continue and resume his duel with Ian Holland. Change in field for this over, so Fine Leg is now back, but third man's still up, and he's going to go for the paddle scoop, and he's going to get it quite nicely. Might not get to the boundary. No, Charlesworth is going to slide and bring it in. And once again, it's that Charlesworth-Shaw tandem that complete the fielding. Holland is just looking to use the pace here of Graham van Buren, and I suspect if he does toss one right up, then that may be the time that he decides to challenge long on. Short fine leg come up now, and he's going to go for the reverse sweep. Big shout for leg before wicket and gone. So Holland eventually does get himself into too much trouble with the paddle scoops and reverse sweeps. Eventually it causes his demise, and he's been trapped LBW for 17 by Van Buren. Here's the replay. Well, it looks like it's hit him on that right leg first, and then ricocheted onto his left leg, but I suppose the only question was his pad outside the line, I think, there. The ball seemed to be kind of spearing in towards the stumps, but was the pad in line? Well, only one opinion that matters, and once again Mark Newell answering the appeal in the affirmative, and Holland's very entertaining 17 off 22 balls has come to an end.
Are you saying entertaining in a comical kind of way?
Yes, I think so. I've been entertained by it. I think it's the most entertaining 17 off 22 balls I've seen. I've thoroughly enjoyed watching it. 144 for 4 now.
Can Gloucestershire as they have done in the last 2 matches, this is where they've really tightened things up and got wickets.
Yeah, it has. It's been the middle portion, sort of middle to maybe latter, and then right at the end has been a little bit of a problem. But then I think a lot of sides would say that it's just difficult to keep runs down at the end of the innings.
So wicket-keeper McManus has come in.
Indeed. McManus then on strike. Van Buren in, and McManus tries to turn that one away leg side, but doesn't get much bat on it. Lace springs out through the dust next to the pitch to field. Van Buren in once more, very full, and driven pleasantly all along the ground up to long off, and a single is taken to get McManus off the mark. 145 for 4. Thatcher's bar is well populated over there. Quite a few people enjoying a beverage or two behind the long off fielder. The next delivery is a uncertain forward defence from Weatherly. Inside edge, possibly onto pad and out into the offside. Just 3 runs off this over. Van Buren in, and he's bowled him! So 2 wickets in the over, and Weatherly is the latest Hampshire batsman to depart. 5 wickets down now. Hampshire. Van Buren looked like a quick flat delivery, which Weatherly went back to. Here's the replay. Yeah, to step forward, and then he went back, but he went back too late really, and he probably should have just continued that movement forwards, because it was a full ball from Van Buren and he just skidded it straight through him. So it might have been easy to say Van Buren has just bowled an expensive over and he doesn't have to continue bowling because they've got so many bowling options here, Gloucestershire. But then knowing that it wasn't actually a bad over at all from Van Buren, sticking with his experienced spinner, and it has paid serious dividends that over, with both the wickets of Holland and Weatherly, both of whom were struggling, but important still to take those wickets. And now you get Fuller in just maybe a little bit earlier than Hampshire might have liked.
Yes, and with someone like James Fuller, Van Buren has 2 for 15 now from his 3 overs. There is the potential for him to be explosive, but you know, with what I call a bit of a hit or miss batsman. You know, if he doesn't come off, then there could be another cheapish wicket there. Van Buren getting a good hand as he comes out onto the boundary. And now change with Tom Smith. So Warner's bowled 7. Most Dent perhaps thought that was his full allocation, 0 for 32. And Tom Smith from the Ashley Down Road end into McManus. Works that out into the leg side. So Smith's got the shorter leg side boundary to cope with here. He's got possibly 2 overs left, possibly 3. There's a bit back of a length once more. McManus waits and plays it back up the pitch. So 145 for 5 with 10 overs to go. It's a bit different from what it might have been. Smith around the wicket once more. McManus finds the gap on the offside. They'll look for 2, but I suspect that Scott won't let them have it, and the answer is he won't. Scott, when it comes to batting today, will be up at number 6 in a Gloucestershire side which doesn't have James Bracey in it. He is self-isolating under COVID protocols.
At least what you would say about that is that Jack Taylor and George Scott have both been in good form, but they're going to need to, possibly you'd think, need to replicate that in whatever chase they have here.
Fuller waits for Tom Smith and nudges that into the leg side for a single. The strategy for these two might be, they might think about a just rotation of the strike for maybe 5 of the remaining 10 overs and then go at the last 5, something like that. It seems to be a common practice to leave it as late as that. Smith around the wicket, quite round arm, and McManus defends. Jack Taylor and Scott have gone, I think, maybe only with 4 overs to go, even at Scarborough and at Hove. Conscious that you can get maybe 50 runs off the last 4 overs. Smith tosses that up and McManus again defends. Good return from Smith, having changed ends. 1 for 24 from 6. Hampshire's rate is still decent, but they are now 5 wickets down. And you would think that most of the acceleration would probably come from these two.
Yeah, Hampshire will hope that these two bat the remaining 9, if possible. Going to be the easiest, though, to take either Tom Smith or Graham Van Buren downtown, and Van Buren's only bowled 3 overs, so he can just keep bowling. Tom Smith still with 2 more overs that he can bowl. So here is Graham Van Buren. That's Fuller going forward and prodding that one out into the covers. There's no run. I wonder whether Fuller also would probably have preferred to start against seam rather than against spin. Van Buren bowls. That's flighted and driven. They might think about 2 here, but they're not going to, not now. Worrell, that sounded a bit Monty Python-esque. Worrell, the fielder at long off, managing to keep it down to just the 1. Possibly in a different situation, they might have thought about 2 there. For 8 for 5. Van Buren in and bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. Well, yeah, they've already they've already found out how that one works out, pushing it straight to Chris Dent at short extra cover, and I think it was Fuller who made doubly sure that McManus wasn't going anywhere. Van Buren bowls. Oh, that's an absolute ripper from Van Buren, and it has beaten the outside edge of McManus. Lace whipping the bails off. The back foot hadn't gone anywhere at all, but just a lovely pace about that one, Van Buren. Just enough flight. Not bowled that slowly, not bowled that quickly. Just a little bit of turn past the outside edge. And there's a horrible looking drive which is skewed away down to long on by McManus, but he'll be glad to have got himself off strike for 9 for 5. It's got a little bit gloomier here in the last few minutes again, as Van Buren in, and Fuller goes forward and prods that one straight to Dent at short extra cover. More applause for another terrific over from Van Buren, just 2 runs from it, which means he's now bowled his last 2 overs 2 for 5, and the score 149 for 5 with 8 overs remaining.
So 1 more until further lifting of the fielding restrictions. Just 7 overs in the last power play. In the Test match, India 222 for 7, lead England by 39. And in the other matches in this group today in the Royal London Cup, Gloucestershire 233 for 9 in 50 overs. Sussex a 9 without loss in their reply, and in a rain-affected game at Radlett, where they started late, Kent won 44 for 6 against Middlesex. Here's Tom Smith. And it says yes to Fuller as he goes back and finds the gap on the offside out to George Scott. Hampshire a stand here for the first wicket of 90, and then Gloucestershire have chipped away their batting order since then. Smith, that's short, pulled into the leg side, that may go for 4. It's going to just beat the chase round the boundary of Matt Taylor, and Fuller getting a lot of bottom hand into that, and with that short leg side boundary, that is the risk with Smith bowling at the East Ashley Down Road end.
I think Jack Taylor got a hand on that, because it was travelling even quicker when it left the bat of Fuller, and he almost managed to slow it down enough for the fielding to be executed on the boundary road, but not quite.
This is Smith's 7th over. Straighten outside the bat of James Fuller. These two have been around each county hit long enough to have faced each other before. And punched out by Fuller just short of Dent, short extra. Wasn't a catch, didn't carry. You had nearly, you could nearly use all the fingers on one hand for those today that have gone almost to the fielder. Smith in quite breezy conditions just sees that dabbed out again by Fuller. His response has been good to that one ball that was pulled away for 4. With 3 dots, he finished the over with another one. The answer is yes. So 7 overs, 1 for 30 for Tom Smith. He might bowl 1 more. That's how Chris Dent wants to see this Hampshire innings out. 30 overs gone, 7 overs to go. So 37 overs per side match. And in the last 5 overs, Hampshire have only scored 17. So it comes back to that squeeze that we've been talking about that's happened. It certainly happened at Hove, and it certainly happened on Tuesday against Essex.
Yeah, well, you would still have thought that there would be some turn in this pitch. It would seem odd if it had gone completely. So now we're in the final phase of the game, final 7 overs, which means Gloucestershire can put an extra fielder outside the circle, which they've decided they want to do. Van Buren is in and bowls to McManus, who dabs straight to backward point. So what they've done is they've said to McManus and Fuller that if they want to work against the spin into the leg side, they can have a very easy one everywhere. Low full toss from Van Buren, and McManus reaches forward and knocks it up to long on, but only a single.
I know it would not necessarily be the way captains would normally think, but I'm tempted to keep Van Buren going.
Van Buren bowls another one which is just turned enough past the outside edge of Fuller. Well, I think it's one of those things, isn't it, where until they prove that they can hit him, then keep him going. Van Buren bowls to Fuller, who goes forward and this time sets off for a single that actually may have been more there. Dent had to move a bit of a distance from short extra cover, but having seen what happened before, McManus and Fuller deciding against coming through for this one. Just one run off this over, and Tom Lace is just having to rebuild the stumps. Minor delay. There goes Van Buren and bowls. Fuller goes back and cuts, but plays it straight to Matt Taylor at backward point.
Even with the short offside boundary, Van Buren is proving very hard to get away.
Yep. And he's almost bowling to the short boundary. That's right up in the block hole, and Fuller just digs it out to short extra cover. One run off that over. And Hampshire's run rate is steadily going down, and it's now at bang on 5 and over, having been nudging well towards a runner ball at one stage. Van Buren, 5 overs, 2 for 18.
I think
that's 3 overs, 2 for 6 now.
Yeah.
And he's going to get a rousing reception every time, and Van Buren even applauding on the crowd in front of the flats away to our right.
So Smith has bowled 7, and Dan Worrell is coming back at this Ashley Down Road end. That he would bowl all the remaining 3. He certainly could do, but Fuller in particular, I fancy, would like the ball coming onto the bat at the pace that Worrell may bowl it. So let's see if Worrell can split these 2 up on his return. McManus almost a glide away into the deep cover region where George Scott, as ever, is patrolling.
No cause for alarm out here.
I'll get my coat. 155 for 5. Worrell would like to mark his, what will probably be his last appearance here at the Bristol County Ground in Gloucestershire colours, with some wickets at the end. You won't get one there, another single. Fuller this time up to the ever popular Van Buren.
Perhaps the car was just getting a little bit edgy with James Fuller now on strike and hitting towards the car park out there to the leg side. Perhaps it knew what might be coming.
Fuller to McManus. That's a bit shorter, and McManus tries to whip it away and doesn't get a touch taken by Tom Lace, who's keeping today. I would say only one ball. There have only been 4 byes, and that was one that really rather spat at him from Graham Van Buren.
It's tough, isn't it, when you're a part-time wicketkeeper and you get a ball that does that. I mean, some full-time wicketkeepers probably wouldn't have got there.
Third man and fine leg up for Worrell. Balls a Yorker outside the off stump, which McManus can't do any more than almost dab dead weight out into the offside.
Slower ball, wide Yorker as well from Worrell. I didn't quite see exactly what he did with that one. I think it might have been the
Hampshire were 110 for 2 after 20 overs. It's a full pitch from Worrell. He's forced down the ground, 1 bounce for 4 by Fuller. Got what it deserved, really. Fuller is a tall man.
Just getting suggestions from the crowd now. Somebody shouted out, "You don't want to bowl that!"
And Fuller dispatched it. It deserved that. Worrell will know it. So, all right, so the off stump, and that's gone. Oh, that's gone through Lace. They're going to get 2 probably, and he went down to take it, and his back foot, his right foot, didn't help him to smother that, even though it wasn't a clean take initially. So Worrell's return rather more expensive. Gloucestershire would want 162 for 5 overs to go, but at that point they were 110 for 2 after 20, so they've added 54 in the last 12, which is less than 5 and over.
Yeah, certainly not the profile to their innings that they would have wanted.
The 3 wickets have certainly helped Gloucestershire check that rate.
Is that flying up towards the floodlights? So somebody's let go of a very odd-shaped balloon, which is it's just missed the floodlights. I thought it was going to get caught up in the floodlights, and now it's off.
It's an inflatable.
Travels. Van Buren bowls short. That's pulled away out towards deep mid-wicket. Running back is the fielder, but he's got no chance. It's over his head for 6. So McManus taking on the long boundary, and well, it was actually completely misjudged by the fielder out at deep mid-wicket, because he went in to start with. Here's the replay. And he's taken a couple of steps in, and then he's had to run back towards the boundary, but it didn't matter because it was well over his head for 6 anyway. So 170 for 5 as Van Buren bowls to McManus, and that's worked away leg side. They might think about 2 here, and they're going to come back for it. It's going to be quite comfortable in the end as the throw from Jack Taylor comes in. And that's the difficulty, really, of just setting everybody back on that leg side. There's 2s galore out there because they've got so far to come in and so much ground to cover. Van Buren bowls to McManus, who plays that edgily inside edge onto pad, and so Van Buren gets a dot ball that he kind of needed after the 6 and the 2. First ball just a drag down, admittedly taking on the long boundary but succeeding McManus. Next delivery is whipped away out to Jack Taylor, but this time not able to turn back for 2 as Jack Taylor pretty much has to run in a straight line off the boundary rope. 173 for 5. Van Buren moves in, bowls, and forward goes Fuller, but really he's never going to find a gap with that shot. Chris Dent's pushed right back to the edge of the circle now.
He's got almost to give them, yes, it's almost giving them the single.
Last ball of the over. Quicker, and Fuller tries to cut and misses misses the ball rather. So 9 runs off the over, 6 off the first one, so not a bad comeback, and it's kind of reached the stage where in the final throws of this innings now, so you're not exactly going to be restricting the opposition to 4, 5 and over. You're more looking at if you can restrict them to less than 7, you're probably in a pretty good shape.
4 7s would get Hampshire to 201, so
it's going to be hard to keep them to less than that, unless you get an over that produces 2 wickets.
Just changing 1 or 2 of their field placings. Josh Shaw has gone to short fine leg, and Tom Smith out to backward point. Worrell to continue from the Ashley Down Road end. This is the 34th. That's hit on the full. There's a chase for Van Buren. He's not going to be able to call that in, I don't think. That's going to go all the way to the fence and extra cover. And the one thing you'd say about Dan Worrell in his time at Gloucestershire is that his bowling at the death has not been as tidy as his bowling at the start of the innings.
It was always kind of the case with Worrell before the last couple of years, where he'd swing the ball a lot early on with the white ball, and then later on would be a bit more tricky.
It's gone down the ground again. Warner comes across, took a good catch earlier on. He'll come back for 2. McManus, it just fits the mould of a wicketkeeper who's a more than useful bat when he's coming in the middle order. To 22. And Worrell again bowls him on. That's a full toss. It's gone away on the leg side, and that's gone for 4 more. 2 men converging on it. Matt Taylor was one of them, and it was a bit of an inside half of the bat hoik, but the Taylor brothers unable to stop it going for 4 more as it absolutely bisected them. So another change in the field now with Taylor coming up to square leg on the edge of the circle. Well, again to McManus. He's gone for the Yorker outside the off stump, and he's got a Harrow drive on it to squeeze it out for a single down the leg side.
In the recent Big Bash, though, Worrell was very effective in all parts of the innings. He had his Yorkers really going nicely. Slower ball variety seemed to get better as well, but there's been a couple too many full tosses in this test period here.
Fuller here, it's outside the off stump again, slammed away by Fuller. Straight to Tom Smith at deep backward score, deep point. They'll go for 1, and they won't chance 1 on the arm. This is a good over for Hampshire here. 11 off it already. I wonder whether Worrell might bowl the last over at this end. And that's way outside the off stump. It's going to be a wide. Gould stretching out his arms. The impression that Worrell's going just a little wider of the crease in this over. Not really trying to go stump to stump. He's quite wide there. Oh, that's another one outside the off stump. And see what he's trying to do, but if I was Chris Dent, I don't think I'd be giving him the last over at this end.
Well, yeah, I suppose where do you turn?
Well,
We've got
Matt Taylor's
still overs of Matt Taylor and Josh Shaw.
And Warner if you want.
Yep.
Another outside the off stump, but played this time by McManus. They want 2, but they won't get 2. And untidy take. The stump's from Lace, but it's backed up. So a good over from a Hampshire perspective. Warner has got, I say, in theory, 2 bowlers can bowl 8 overs, but nobody has bowled more than 7 yet in this Gloucestershire attack. There's the Hampshire card. Contributions all the way down, some of them rather more attractive than others. But McManus has got 27 from 24 balls, as you can see, 3 overs to go. And Van Buren is going to continue. And I think that's, for me, that's the right call from the pavilion end. Warner has got, in theory, he could bowl 1 more. Worrell 6 overs for 48 tells its own story.
Here's Van Buren bowls to McManus, who goes back and whips out into the leg side, but George Scott at deep square leg able to prevent a second, and Van Buren can just continue to try to spear the ball into these right-handers, force them to hit out onto that big boundary. Fuller is going to, he's going to take off for a single straight back to the bowler, and the throw is going to hit McManus. So apologetic hand goes out from Van Buren. There was no change of line from McManus, so he's not going to be given out obstructing the field. And McManus appears to be okay. I think there's going to be some attention from the physio, but well, how on earth they managed to turn that into a single, I do not know. It's just played to the right of Van Buren, and they've managed to scramble through for 1.
So they've turned it into, one might argue they've turned it into a single because McManus was in the way of the throw.
Well, Yes, he didn't change his line though, so what more can be done about that? Maybe that's what they were after. Just knew it was going to be impossible to get it past him. I don't know, but either way, singles are not a huge problem at this stage. Gloucestershire will be happy enough to. Well, it's actually looking like he got hit in the. I guess it must have been in the helmet by the way that physio seems to be kind of examining the neck area of McManus, and
it's just that it's the jolt of the throw, isn't it? It's a projectile travelling at pace. That's the point.
Yeah, because it was a full-blooded attempt to send the ball to Tom Lace from Graham van Buren, but it looks as though we are able to continue, and pleased to say that the really dark clouds have for the moment made their way past, so things looking pretty clear for now. Van Buren bowls, and that's whipped in the air, and it's been caught by Van Buren, but there's not a lot of celebration from Gloucestershire here, and McManus is on his way. I don't know why there's such little fanfare. Is the replay. Van Buren's taken a pretty smart catch up to his left and high up, but really nobody with much reaction at all. They eventually rather half-heartedly got together just 3 of the Gloucestershire fields that you can see on the camera now. And
maybe the disappointment was at the over that had gone before, because
it's very odd. You would have thought there would be more reaction to that. It was just everything was rather nonchalant from Graham van Buren and from the entire Gloucestershire field. So that's the end of McManus, who is caught and bowled for a handy 29, made off 27 deliveries, a couple of 4s and a 6, but he had to kind of just be a little bit watchful to start off his innings, and then was able to expand his stroke play a little, but the move to go to Van Buren for this over has proved to be a good one from Chris Dent. Now Felix Organ, the new batsman, and a quick delivery is driven straight to backward point. Matt Taylor, pardon me, a couple of steps off the ring there, so very much saving the single. Van Buren to Organ, who goes for a reverse sweep, and he's wrong-footed. Charlesworth, who recovers brilliantly to dive one-handed with his left hand to prevent a boundary. He sold him down the river there, did Organ, because I think either it was the spin or Charlesworth had anticipated the shot and moved away to the other side, and I thought that was going to get past him for a moment. So Organ off the mark, 191 for 6. Next delivery is a leg before shout from Van Buren. It's not out. There's hesitation. Well, I say there's hesitation. It's just a question of which batsman's out now, and it's Organ, I think, who's given himself up rather, because the run out has been effected with consummate ease with 2 batsmen at the non-striker's end. As we look at the replay, a leading edge really from Fuller. Fuller put his hand up as if to say stop, and then it was a right old mix-up, let's just say that. A right old mix-up, and in the end, Organ, right at the last moment, made sure that he crossed so that Fuller would still be in, which was the right move from him, having already initiated a total kerfuffle out in the middle. 191 for 7 with that run out. Van Buren 7 overs, 3 for 30. That over going for just 3 runs.
You might well bowl the last over at that far end, you know.
Might well do.
And yes, it looks as if Worrell is going to bowl at this Ashley Down Road end, and I must confess, he wouldn't be my choice. Not after the last one. James Fuller to take strike. Nothing would please me more than to be proved wrong. 91 for 7, 2 overs to go, 37 overs per side for this game here today at Bristol. A game that Gloucestershire have to win. Worrell to Fuller. As he slammed that away into the deep, and that's gone for 6. That's a big hit out there, away over extra cover, and that is what Fuller is capable of doing. It's a long boundary, and there was a bit of width off it as well, but really got plenty on that.
He knew exactly which ball was coming as well, and he just he missed his Yorker by a fair distance there, Dan Worrell, and Fuller knew that the wide Yorker was going to be the plan because square leg is still up and they've got more cover out onto the offside, and also that's where the long boundary is. So I think he knew exactly where he was going to try and hit it over extra cover, and with Worrell bowling a length ball, that just made getting underneath it all the more easy.
Ball again. Better comeback. Just about on the York length. Dug out by Fuller. Couldn't do any more with that than he did. Actually, they were still up above 5.5, even though they had that little period where Gloucestershire had a grip on the scoring rate. Fuller waits again. That's gone very high in the air. It should be caught by Jared Warner, and it is. Very well taken. It's a second good catch for him up at long off. And Fuller goes, and there's a wicket for Dan Worrell, but it's come at a cost today in this penultimate over. But at least Fuller goes, and Gloucestershire have Hampshire now, with the tail enders left in these closing overs.
I think that dismissal was set up by the straighter Yorker that Worrell bowled the previous ball, and I think Fuller anticipating this time that Worrell was going to bowl it a bit straighter, so he kind of was in. I mean, I think if he'd really decided, like the first ball, that he was going to clear extra cover, then he might have been okay, but ended up maybe looking leg side, then hitting offside, which is why the ball ended up going down towards long off. And Warner, who I think was a little bit concerned about the boundary rope at one stage, and then backed up to take the catch, which he made look easier than that is to do, that's for sure.
So Kyle Abbott in at number 10.
You don't miss those gloves and bat combination.
Batsman crossed while the ball was in the air, so Scriven will take strike.
Bright orange fingertips.
And Worrell to bowl to him. A little clip out on the offside. And a dot which is fielded by Worrell off his own bowling. Scriven's only playing his third List A match. He does have a first class 50 from his couple of games. He's a bowler too, but he's not yet bowled in the 2 matches that Hampshire have picked him, so might get his first chance with the ball today. Worrell to bowl to him when he's beaten outside the off stump. Perhaps Dan Worrell may share a difference of opinion with me about whether he should have bowled this over or not.
I suspect, given that he's a fast bowler, then yes. I just think any time you tell a fast bowler that you wouldn't bowl them, they're going to have a difference of opinion with you, no matter who they are.
One ball in the over to go. Walter Scriven, who forces that out through the offside. They'll pick up 1. And Worrell will finish with 1 for 55 from 7 overs. But Dan Worrell will look at his white ball record for Gloucestershire this year in the T20 and in the Royal London and say, short of my best.
Certainly short of what he produced in the Big Bash, and that's, you know, I was really excited to see Worrell in the white ball competitions, because when you see Worrell, you think about the red ball and you think about the moving ball and what he can do with that, which is considerable skill. But it looks as if he'd really taken huge strides forward with his white ball stuff. We haven't quite, from being hypercritical, we haven't quite seen that. Van Buren will bowl the last over, so this is would be a tricky task, but it's made a little easier with 2 new batsmen in, and that's a top edge which is going to fall once again straight over the head of Tom Lace, and they'll pick up a single.
So I appreciate we have 1 over to go, but Worrell has today conceded 7 fours and a 6, and nobody else has conceded more than 2 boundaries.
Kyle Abbott on strike. 1 more run needed by Hampshire to get to the 200 mark, and Abbott has flayed at that one, and it's gone off the outside edge down to short third man for that single that brings up the 200 for Hampshire. So they have got there, but not as easy as it looked at one stage. Van Buren to Scriven, who comes down the pitch, hoists that one away down towards Long Off, who runs in, and it's just going to bounce short of him, and in fact it bounces short and wide of him as it the span away from fielder at Long Off, and they're taking 2.
Dan Worrell, funnily enough.
A few shouts from certain sections of the crowd. Van Buren to Scriven, who moves across his stumps and manages to get that one away fine. Shaw tumbles away to his right to get something in the way of the ball, and another single taken. So, well, been a good finish this so far from Van Buren. Top edge, outside edge to start off with. Good last over. Abbott slaps this one, and it's a good stop by Van Buren in his follow through. And a dot ball off the penultimate ball of the innings. What can Kyle Abbott do off the last one? Graham Van Buren in and bowls, and Abbott clears the left leg out the way, slams it down towards long on. They're not even going to bother to take on the arm for the second run, and so that is a wonderful last over. Just 6 runs from it. Van Buren 8 overs, 3 for 36, and considering how late he came into the attack as well and was bowling at the death, he just seems to be getting better and better in this competition. Van Buren, having picked up 3 wickets in the last match, but arguably this 3 for even better, and Hampshire have finished on 204 for 8, so Gloucestershire will need just over 5.5 and over to win.
And I think I'm right in saying that Van Buren's last 6 overs only went for 21. I think his first 2 overs cost 15, and the last 6 he took 3 for 21, so a very good effort indeed. The full bowling figures, Matt Taylor and Dan Worrell shared the new ball. Taylor 4 overs for 15 runs, Worrell 7 overs, 1 for 55, as we said earlier. Josh Shaw 4 overs, 1 for 27. He did get the important wicket of Gubbins, well caught by Jared Warner and deep fine leg. Warner himself 7 overs for 32. Smith 7 overs, 1 for 30. Van Buren 8 overs, 3 for 36. So a good start, 90 for the first wicket, albeit Prest was dropped when he was on 3, and then 110 for 2 from 20 overs, transferred to 204 for 8 in 37. That really is a strangle, isn't it, in terms of the second half of the innings?
Yeah, it is, and you make a good point that Josh Shaw, it was who got the important wicket of Gubbins, but really, once again, it's the 2 slow left-armers who've really done the majority of the heavy lifting for Gloucestershire, with Smith having got that first wicket of Prest to open things up, and then Graham Van Buren just dominating that mid to late part of the innings.
So 205 to win. Gloucestershire will need a good start. They're effectively a batsman short with no James Bracey today. What can they do? Can they dig out the necessary win to keep them in contention in this tournament? Latest scores from elsewhere, but before we take a brief break, there's only a 20-minute interval. India 245 for 9 now in the test match at Trent Bridge. The lead is 62. Let's point about the Indian tail, perhaps not wagging too strongly. Has been borne out. Jadeja made 56. Anderson and Robinson each have 4 wickets in that Indian innings, and the other 2 matches taking place in the Royal London Cup in this group today at Worcester, where they've had a full day. Worcestershire 233 for 9. Here at Bristol, Gloucestershire needing to win this match to go up to 6 points in the pool, and they need 205 to do it from 37 overs. Now the applause for Chris Dent and Ben Charlesworth, who are on the way to the middle. Hampshire having set Gloucestershire 205 to win, and as soon as the last ball happened of the Hampshire innings, Dan White, who's doing the big screen today, turned around and said, "Do you know that's exactly the same total that Essex had to chase on Tuesday?" And of course, he's absolutely spot on. So the difference in this, of course, is this is a 37 overs per side game as opposed to a 50 overs per side game. So he was absolutely correct though. 205 to win, 37 overs, and unsurprisingly, Kyle Abbott's going to open the bowling for Hampshire.
Indeed, it's Kyle Abbott, and I think he's wearing a Joe Weatherly shirt, because when he turned around a moment ago, he was not wearing number 87. But anyway, round the wicket he's going to start to the left-handed Charlesworth. Abbott bowls, and Charlesworth goes back and plays defensively out to the offside. And I'm not sure the shirt is an ideal fit for him either, actually, because...
Well, how bizarre is that? He batted in a Kyle Abbott, unless he batted in
perhaps it was a long sleeve, was it? I didn't really...
Or...
I was too busy looking at the gloves, I have to say, to notice what was on his arms.
Perhaps it was a short sleeve sweater over a Weatherly shirt.
Yeah, something like that anyway, but this is definitely Weatherly's top that he's wearing, as Abbott bowls to Charlesworth, once again back of a length and pushed away out into the forward point region. I was saying to you, Ian, in the break that I was very interested to see what Kyle Abbott would get out of this surface, because there hasn't been a massive amount for the seamers today. Dan Worrell swung the ball a little early on, but it had kind of gone already by about the third or fourth over of the new ball that he was bowling with. Abbott in bowls, and that's gone right through Charlesworth, over the top of the stumps, and taken by McManus behind the stumps. The first two balls didn't really swing very much. That one just seemed to come back enough towards Charlesworth. Here's the replay. It just kind of took off a little as well, off quite a full length in terms of pace. Really zipped through. Didn't bounce in terms of taking off, but really flew through to McManus behind the stumps. Abbott in and bowls to Charlesworth, who's going to tickle that one away fine, and they've got fine leg up inside the circle. And so Charlesworth gets a boundary to get his account up and running. Abbott maybe looking for that in swing again and just pushing it a little bit too straight and down the leg side. You can see short fine leg. No chance as Charlesworth just tickles it away fine.
This will be quite an examination for Charlesworth against Abbott, won't it? Pardon me.
Yeah. The good news, I suppose, from his point of view, is that there is time. He's got a bit of time, not needing over a runner ball. Abbott to Charlesworth. He bowls, and that one's come off the outside half of the bat, straight into the ground, and fielded at backward point by Tom Scriven. So 4 runs off this over, and early on in particular, Gloucestershire would gladly, I think, take 4 and over off Kyle Abbott, at least until the early movement just fades away. Last ball of this testing first over from Abbott. He's in to Charlesworth, and Charlesworth clips that one away through square leg. Just be the single out to the sweeper on the deep square leg boundary. So Charlesworth will keep the strike. Chris Dent remain at the non-striker's end for the second over. 5 without loss after the first one bowled by Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, it looks like John Turner might open from this Ashley Down Road end. Young South African born seam bowler, just 20 years old. Barring the pandemic, he would have gone to Durham University last year to read economics. I don't know whether he will be going this year. Hampshire have given him his chance in this tournament, and he's taken 6 wickets at 21.
That's for somebody just coming into the professional game, because he hadn't played professional cricket in South Africa before he came over.
I think the theory was he was going to come over last year and play in the equivalent of the West of England Premier League as a professional.
Yeah.
Turner in, and that's punched straight to mid-off by Charlesworth. He'll get one. Partial stop from Ian Holland, but doesn't prevent Charlesworth from getting a further single, and Chris Dent will take his first delivery of this reply. Try and give you the scores from the other cricket. Actually, India are all out in the Test match. 278 they got, so a lead of 95 over England. And Turner to Dent, who's beaten by one that just goes on with the angle from round the wicket. And Dent run out at Hove, and then out cheaply on Tuesday against Essex. Would love to get a decent contribution in here. Right arm Turner round the wicket, and Dent punches that again into the offside, but straight to mid-off. There's no run there. Holland is well inside the circle. At Radler, 35 overs aside they're playing there. Kent 217 for 9. Innings closed. And at Worcester, where they've played all day, Worcestershire 233 for 9. Kent Sussex 66 for 1 in the 19th. Turn it here into Dent, who chops it away down to third man. Felix Organ, so it's pressed in fact down in front of the club office. Well, that match at Worcester, I mean, I did have a little bit of a go at calculating how the table might pan out yesterday. I didn't anticipate a Sussex win at Worcester. That would help if Gloucestershire could win here. Here, Charlesworth defends.
The awful pun which I made in the first innings has not escaped the attention of one Kevin Howells, who sent me a message saying that he's just had a call from the pun police. Is there anything I'd like to say in my defence? It's an alarming accusation.
Turner around the wicket and off the full toss, just defended by Charlesworth. Just conscious that Gubbins was at short extra, and played it into the ground and fielded by Gubbins on the bounce.
All I can say is that it hasn't happened since, so it's been a farewell to alarms here at Bristol.
Yeah. There's the card, 7 without loss. The target is 205. 37 overs, yes. So Abbott's got his own jumper, but he hasn't brought his own shirt.
Yes, and there's a part of his midriff which is slightly exposed as he finishes his bowling action as a consequence of the shirt not quite being the right size. So it's Dent on strike as Abbott is in and bowls, and that's a jab and a miss from Chris Dent. It's a beauty from Kyle Abbott. As we said, it didn't really do a huge amount, but it doesn't need to with Kyle Abbott.
We should say on Weather Watch, there is some blue sky overhead. Not a lot, but there is a little bit. You can see the sun is out, and the visibility in the distance over the pavilion is reasonable. So we'll be a chance of getting this full game in.
Abbott in, and Dent with a guide down to third man, where Turner is fielding, and another single taken, 8 without loss.
That's what Gloucestershire want, of course. I mean, they don't want a truncated game.
No. Well, you'd like it to be an even number of overs aside as well.
It's a genuine contest, then,
exactly,
isn't it?
because you don't ever want Duckworth Lewis to decide things. It does a much better job than it used to of deciding things fairly, but, well, if it can be sorted with an equal number of overs aside, then let's hope that's how it happens here. Charlesworth has got a little bit tucked up by that one, just rises a little bit from Kyle Abbott and strikes him on the thigh pad, but as long as Abbott doesn't produce the slightly fuller delivery, then at least from Charlesworth's point of view, he's taking out Bold and LBW from the list of possible dismissals. slip in place and a short extra cover. That's been what Hampshire have gone with so far, as Abbott bowls to Charlesworth, back of a length, and guided away out towards backward point. Things continuing to be pretty watchful here for Charlesworth in particular, who's had to negotiate the majority of the bowling so far from Kyle Abbott, but he can't afford to bowl short, Kyle Abbott, with this field. You've got the short boundary to the leg side, and there's nobody between mid-on and deep square leg, and Charlesworth is very strong at pulling the ball through that mid-wicket region, so Abbott can't really afford to bowl short. Bowls short and wide, and that's carved down towards the third man boundary, and they've got their third man quite wide, so that is going to allow Charlesworth to pick up 4. Just enough width from Abbott, not suspect exactly where Charlesworth was looking to get it. We'll see how much of a thick edge this was. Well, he's sort of slashed at it late, really, hasn't he? And he's always looking fine with it, perhaps not quite as fine as that, but he picks up his second boundary, and Gloucestershire are 12 without loss with 1 ball remaining in this third over. Charlesworth having reached double digits, and Kyle Abbott's now just moved a fielder to quite a fine backward point. Abbott bowls, and Charlesworth drives, and a dive and a half stop at cover by Tom Alsop, able to prevent further runs than just the single. So once again, Charlesworth has kept the strike off the last ball of a Kyle Abbott over, but 6 runs have come from that one, and Gloucestershire going along pretty decently through the first 3 overs. They're 13 without loss, and just noticed actually that Kyle Abbott, who took a 5-for in the last game for Hampshire, he'd actually only taken 1 wicket in the previous games that he bowled in. It was about, well, I did actually have the exact number to hand, 24 and a half overs he'd bowled before that game and only taken 1 wicket.
Turner in. Fields this time at mid-on. 37 overs aside here, just looking at the numbers. Hampshire actually got exactly 50 runs from the last 7 overs. So that's, I mean, you're 5 down. I suppose that's not too bad on a pitch that doesn't look as if it's easy to strike the ball. Turner's lost his run as he comes in from this Ashley Down Road end. Gloucestershire effectively are a batsman light today. Tom Lace will be at 3, but then Graham Van Buren at 4, Jack Taylor and George Scott at 5 and 6. Turner in, pleasantly driven into the ground by Charlesworth, again up to mid-off. Holland is there.
He rarely does drive anything other than pleasantly, Charlesworth. It's as if his technique has been crafted to be the most elegant, pleasing possible, yeah, in terms of where he drives, especially.
Turner, quite a high stepping run, back of a length, and Charlesworth does no more than play it out to Gubbins at short extra. Might have liked to have played that through mid-wicket by the looks of the shot he played after the ball had been fielded by Gubbins. Turner's run starts just inside the discs, and whatever weight from Charlesworth. Turner's bowled a good line here.
Yep.
He's got 2 left-handers, so he's not going back and forth across from round the wicket to over the wicket and back again. He's trying not to give them anything that's drivable as well. Again, that's back of a length, but Charlesworth can work that into the onside. They'll take 1, but there won't be a second one because Abbott's onto it pretty quickly. And Gloucestershire up to 14 without loss, but as you can see, Turner's only conceded us 1 single in this over, and that those 4 dots are joined by the 1. Dent waits for him with a slip in place. Oh, it's a full toss, and he's hit that straight to mid-off. So young Turner started with 2 overs for 3 runs.
Yeah,
so that's a good effort from him. I mean, his figures so far, he's down at less than 5 and over.
I was going to mention
and
that.
He's taken 6 wickets in 26 overs. So it's when you're literally coming into this level of cricket pretty raw, that's not a bad effort.
No. Attendee of Hilton College in South Africa, and probably the most famous cricketing product of that school in South Africa, one Mike Proctor. Kyle Abbott to continue, and he's going to make an adjustment to his field. So fine leg is now going back, and they'll have a mid-wicket in place. Abbott in, and Charlesworth drives slightly uppishly, and it falls a couple of bounces short of Gubbins. And short extra cover with those sleeves on to protect the arms whilst he dives about on the infield, and with the used pitch ends being not too far off, would suggest a pretty sensible thing as well. Still that slip of the short extra as Abbott bowls, and Charlesworth plays defensively to Gubbins at short extra cover. Persisting with this round the wicket line to start with. Kyle Abbott, he's not been tempted to shift over yet. Probably just continuing to try to cramp these left-handers for room. Of course, he's bowling to that short leg side boundary, but backing his control not to err too leg side-ish. It's driven by Charlesworth on the up slightly, but straight to mid-off. Hampshire are a noisy team, and perhaps to give them the slight benefit of the doubt, the wind is blowing our way, so we might be hearing it a bit more, but we certainly recognised it at Cheltenham how loud they were, and with each passing dot ball here from Abbott, they just increase the volume level a little. Abbott past the umpire, bowls, and Charlesworth once again drives. Decently timed, but straight to Gubbins at short extra cover, and a few more balls of this and they'll be full on screaming at him.
He's picking the fielders at the moment, Ben Charlesworth.
One thing you'd say about him though in his early white ball career is he doesn't seem to be too bothered by playing out a succession of dots. In general, he's managed to keep the false shot that often comes from that succession of dots from occurring so far. Here's Abbott. He bowls, and once again Charlesworth drives and won't pick up a run. Terrific work from Alsop in the covers, diving to his strong side, but making sure there was no run, no pressure released. It's just started to rain a little again. Just like before, really, it doesn't look too bad in the distance, so hopefully this is just going to be another one of those brief passing flurries. As Abbott bowls the last ball of this over, and off the back foot, Charlesworth drives it softly out into the covers, and that is a maiden over from Kyle Abbott, not without trying Charlesworth to get runs off that over, but as Ian says, he's rather picked out the fielders there. 14 without loss after 5 overs. It's not an express start by any stretch, but so far Gloucestershire are doing what they haven't done in the majority of the games, in fact, well, really in all the games that we've had here at Bristol, which is get through that new ball, or those new balls, without losing early wickets.
Yeah, Duckworth Lewis is only 19 at the end of this over, so there's not a significant difference at this point. Slips coming out. Weatherly coming out to mid-wicket. And here is Turner again from the Ashley Down Road end. And at the moment, you have to credit Hampshire's line, because the line and length is very disciplined. and there is nothing to hit. Target number is 205 to win. First 8 overs will be the first phase of the power play. And Dent skews that off a thickish outside edge. It will go down to third man for a single. Prest is down in front of the smaller scoreboard.
That was a shot of frustration. Pressure that had been built up.
Turner doesn't hang about getting through his overs. It's a bit shorter, but again worked by Charlesworth straight to Weatherly. So got fine leg up and third man back. Fuller is away at deep square. And he and Prest are the two fielders out of the circle. Turner, slightly pigeon-toed run, and that's placed by Charlesworth in the gap on the offside. They should get a couple, and they will do, as Allsop retrieves and throws back to keeper McManus. Didn't quite time that, but placed it into the gap just to release the grip a little bit.
You don't have to go hard at the drive with that boundary to the offside either.
Charlesworth waits again for Turner. And he's snicked that through the big gap where the slip cordon would be ordinarily. Largely along the floor. So never a chance. And one more. So Gloucestershire up to 17. Chat between Weatherly and Kyle Abbott. Still just the 3 men on the leg side saving one. Weatherly's got a big gap there, but he's got he's chopped into his pads by Dent. And he has had an unhappy knack of getting out, sort of dragging on occasions this season. Nearly did so there, but 18 without loss after 6 there. You can see the strike share is far from equal. Charles has had far more of it. Abbott 3 overs for 11. Turner 3 overs for 7, and all the runs off the bat.
Yeah, early on in the season, he played on a couple of times trying to leave the ball, just kind of leaving the bat there, and the ball taking the inside edge of the periscope, as it were, and going onto the stumps. But times here where he's looked like he might just drag a ball that's too close really to free the arms onto the stumps. It's definitely a battle for the Gloucestershire skipper out there at the moment, but they need him still there. Abbott is in fact going to continue, and he bowls short, and Charlesworth has cut it straight into the ground and looks furious with himself for not having got that one away. So Abbott into his 4th over. 8 is the maximum, so how much of his spell does Abbott want to use up here? This could be the last over that he bowls for now. Abbott is in, and Charlesworth drives. Well, I say he drives. He's got it away through square leg in the end, and he's picked up 4 for it. Well, I thought he was looking to go through the covers again there, and then he just kind of flailed the arms and sent it through square leg. Here's the replay. And yeah, I mean, it's almost a drive through square leg in the end, through backward square leg. He's picked up 4 for it, so he won't care too much, and it's 22 without loss. Charlesworth up to 19 with his 3rd boundary. Abbott in, and that's cut past the slip, and fine, and a good effort from Turner down at 3rd man to make sure that it's not only that it's not 4, but not 2. a single to move Charlesworth up to 20, but they've got that third man much finer now than he was. That could easily have been the second boundary that Charlesworth picked up down there if they hadn't moved him there. So brings Dent back on strike. Abbott in. Dent moves across his stumps and flicks it away. Backward a square on the leg side. The 2 here. Down to long leg. Felix Organ with the fielding. 1 more over after this left in the power play. So signs that maybe Gloucestershire would like to have a few more on the board with the fielding restrictions still in place. They already do, and the slip is going to come out, which possibly might make Dent feel a little better about things. Gone into a short mid-wicket. Here's Abbott, he's in and bowls, and Dent chops that one down to third man. Again, it got quite close to him, but without that slip in place, there's a bit less danger of playing that shot.
Yeah, he may have felt that the risk of playing that shot was much reduced by Weatherly being moved.
8 off this over now. So, really, they've scored a perfectly fine rate off Abbott. It's Turner who they've had real difficulty scoring off. Possibly the last ball of the spell from Abbott. He might decide to give himself 1 more. We'll see. Abbott in, and Charlesworth plays that one off the back foot, just in a controlled fashion, straight to Alsop, who's fielding on the line at point. 7 gone, 26 for no wicket. Charlesworth has 20 and Chris Dent 6. Charlesworth has faced almost 3 times the amount of deliveries that Dent has.
Just to remind you, pardon me, of our email address, commentators@glosscc.co.uk. There it is, top right hand corner of your screen. I appreciate this might be quite a tense watch this afternoon, but your thoughts, questions, opinions always welcome. And Turner to bowl his 4th over from the Ashley Down road, and Dent tries to back away and carve it over the infield and doesn't get a touch. It goes through to McManus.
Yeah, all the weight was going away from the shot, really. He hadn't sort of finished backing away, I don't think, when he tried to play the shot, and there's that kind of lurch to the right from Dent as he completed the attempted cut.
There's a backward point and an orthodox point for Dent. And again, he's having a big swing at that. It's gone down the leg side.
This is not too dissimilar to the innings that Ian Holland played at the moment.
He's conscious that this is the last over of the power play. But Turner's kept a very tight rein on things at this end. Dent tries to move around his crease. That's flicked away. He'll get 4 for that. And eventually, the stranglehold of Turner is broken by a bit of deft footwork from Dent. I'd say it was a touch of a gamble about that, but with third man up and deep square having a huge gap to plug, I thought there was the risk and reward for that was in the batsman's favour. Turner again to Dent, who pulls that away through mid-wicket. It's a chase for Fuller. He should hold it in, and does, and they'll come back for 2. Didn't really time that, Chris Dent, as he would have wanted. Just give you an idea where Hampshire were at 41 without loss after 8. That's the end of the power play at that point.
Also Duckworth Lewis, worth keeping an eye on.
Turner again to Dent. Cuts. It's a good stop. Very good stop by the backward of the 2 points.
Scriven.
Here is Tom Scriven.
Yeah, terrific fielding that, because that was 4 runs in a flash.
And just to give you a steer, Duckworth Lewis says 27 at the end of this over. Turner again. Oh, and Charlesworth has got a cheap 4 off an inside edge. So that's a good over for Gloucestershire. 11 off it. Out of character with what Turner had produced earlier. But a snick of a boundary off the last over. Turner puts his head towards his hands in disgust. How has he not got a wicket, he thought?
Should also say, because I missed it, but Chris Dent has passed 2,000 List A runs in this innings.
Yeah, here's the thought. Tom Prest is going to come on and bowl with his off breaks.
Well,
Tom Prest.
didn't quite see Prest being the first spinner to use for Kyle Abbott, but Abbott then out of the attack with 4 overs, 1 maiden naught for 19. I think he probably bowled a little bit better than those figures would show, as now I think you could say the same really for Turner. 4 overs for 18 feels a little unjust, particularly with that inside edge boundary off the last ball. So that's Scriven hopping across the pitch to go over towards mid-wicket. Weatherly in at slip, and Gubbins still in that position at short extra cover, which it looks as if he's going to occupy for the majority of this innings. Long on out, deep square leg out, deep cover out. As Prest bowls very short, wide, then cuts out to the fielder at deep cover, who's Tom Alsop. If you're going to err one way, you're better off erring too wide to the left-handers rather than too straight, especially if you're going to bowl it short as well. Much more cover out there. 38 without loss. Here's Prest, bowls. Nice flight on that one, but it's driven through the covers by Charlesworth out of the reach of Gubbins at short extra. Just the single again. Critical to have your best boundary rider, I think, out on that offside boundary, as it is for these two left-handers.
Also, like Van Buren, is a left-handed thrower. Bear that in mind.
39 without loss. Here's Prest, and that's leave from Chris Dent. Just from the angle that you've got on the stream, it looked to be a pretty tight one, but here's another delivery from Prest, which is wide, and Dent cuts once again just for the single. You can see why they've gone with the off-spinner, but electing neither to go with Joe Weatherly, who has a wicket this season against Gloucestershire, nor Felix Organ. Prest bowls, that's very wide, and once again Charlesworth content just to, well, he may not be content, but he does cut it out to deep cover for a single. Not sure that he's particularly content just to get one for that particular delivery. Here's Prest, bowls, once again it's short and wide and cut just short of Ian Holland at backward point. They nearly got what they were looking for there. 4 runs off the over, 41 without loss after 9, and whether by design or by happy accident, Prest almost getting the wicket with the ball that he's bowled almost exclusively that over, which is the short wide one.
I wonder whether that was a thought about they're just trying to fiddle a few overs here, Hampshire. And Ian Holland is going to come on from the Ashley Down Road end.
Change of bowling at the Ashley Down Road end. Ian Holland.
So mixing things up. Holland has bowled quite a bit in this tournament, quite economically. as the keeper will stand back.
Come on, Dutchy, they say. I'm sure everybody with the surname Holland has that nickname.
Indeed. As we discussed when he was at playing in the game at Cheltenham, born in the USA, but basically came into cricket through winning a cricketing television programme trial in Australia. Holland in. Punched away by Charlesworth to deep point.
I think I saw that this year's edition of that was going ahead. They were asking for applicants out in Australia. The tagline from somebody on Twitter was, you might find yourself playing for the USA in a few years' time.
Holland right arm over the wicket. Ooh, and pushed at by Dent tentatively. Duckworth Lewis 28, so Gloucestershire ahead of that as things stand, but of course each wicket has an impact on it as and when they fall. Second look at Dent's little dab to the last delivery. Here we are live, and that's punched straight again to the fielder at mid-off, who's Felix Organ, but good running gets them through for a single. There may be an element here of rotation to almost borrow a title from a television programme.
I'm not sure what that television programme would entail.
Holland in on the bounce from Charlesworth out to Gubbins. Well,
perhaps it could be, you know, those centrifuge machines that they put the astronauts on.
Well,
the longer the time you survive in there, the more.
I wouldn't say there's any. I wouldn't say there's any repair work to be done here by Gloucestershire, but there's certainly some foundations to be laid. Charlesworth waits for Holland again. Finds the gap on the offside, but there is a sweeper, James Fuller, on the rope on the Kennington Avenue side, the shorter boundary today. And 43 without loss. Skipper Abbott on the edge of the circle at mid-on. McManus is now standing up, and Dent has got a leading edge, and it's dropped short of Gubbins. That was a tentative prod, and it stopped short, bounced short of Nick Gubbins' end of the over. Dent might look a bit curiously at the pitch there, but
I think it was.
Is it the slower ball?
It was. I think it was. I almost. Maybe not actually, but I thought live it might have been a leg cutter or something. But I think maybe actually all it's done is it's just swung a little bit back into Chris Dent. I thought live that, I mean, given the movement towards Dent, I thought it might have possibly been leg cutter, but it certainly looked like he took some pace off it and got more swing for doing so. Here's Prest into his second over, and Charlesworth using his feet but clipping straight to short mid-wicket, and then he's got to get back into his crease.
Comparison, Gloucestershire 44 for no wicket off 10, Hampshire 54 for no wicket off 10, so not a lot in it.
Pressed in, and that's almost cut by Charlesworth, but that one just skidded on to him a little bit more, but it's been sent down towards the man, and they'll jog back for a second run. Charlesworth up to 30, 46 without loss. Just got a little bit cramped there, Charlesworth, but actually as a consequence he ended up picking up more runs than when he'd had all the width in the world he might like. Pressed in, and Charlesworth uses his feet and chips it over the head of the bowler, but he'll only pick up a single to mid-off. Just got it over the head of Prest, but certainly wasn't the connection that Charlesworth was really after. 47 now for no wicket. Is Prest. Bowls. Oh, Dent's gone for the sweep, and he's been given out LBW. It sounded quite wooden, and Dent in disbelief, but umpire Newell has sent him on his way, and that is the wicket that Hampshire kind of needed, and it's Tom Prest who's got it. Here's the replay. And, well, it's difficult to tell, of course, without slowing it down, but may well have just hit the boot, in fact, of Dent. I'm not sure. All I can say is that my first thought was that's bat, but
it sounded wooden to me too.
Perhaps, you know, who am I to say? I don't know what the end of Dent's boots are made of. Can certainly see what Chris Dent thought about it, but then he doesn't get a say. 47 for 1, and interestingly, that wicket right there moves Gloucestershire from quite a distance ahead on Duckworth Lewis. Now it's at exactly 47, so they are bang on par.
And Tom Lace coming out at number 3, where he would normally bat, of course, in this competition. But scores for Lace have tended to be, I won't say, smaller than he would want. His top score's 38. He's got several scores in the teens. 38 was at Scarborough?
Yeah. Yep. Made in decent time there, but as you say, Gloucestershire need more than just a 20 or a 30 here. They need somebody to play a big innings, and Tom pressed his first professional wicket. Chris Dent, not a bad man to have as your first professional scalp, and now Tom Lace to face his first ball pressed in. Oh, that's a bad ball to bowl to a new batsman. Lace just pokes at that one and through to the gloves of McManus. Didn't look to turn a huge amount, but flighted nicely, and next delivery once again just tossed up enough by Prest, and Lace defends out into the covers. 3 runs and a key wicket there for Hampshire, and if it rained this instant, Hampshire would win on Duckworth Lewis, because it's currently sitting at 51.
Sussex are going steadily towards their target at Worcester. 126 for 1, so they need 108 in 20 overs. Alistair Orr and Ali Orr and Tom Haynes are the batsmen doing the business for them there. Gloucestershire, of course, still above Gloucestershire in the table. And Holland now to come into bowl to Charlesworth. Tries to pierce the gap on the offside and does do so. Out to James Fuller. So Hampshire have got 1 spinner into the attack. They've still got Felix Organ. Could use Joe Weatherly, they could use Nick Gubbins. The other two are probably, well, you might say Prest is a part-time spinner. You might argue that.
Yeah, well, without knowing enough about his second 11 bowling career, he's certainly not been used much yet by Hampshire.
Lace waits for his first ball from Ian Holland and just plays it out quietly on the offside. Look at the field now that we're into this second phase of the innings. Third man and fine leg back for Holland. He's got a deep square. Nobody out though on the offside. And Lace dabs that to Gubbins at backward point. There's no run. And in the match at Radlett, Middlesex 14 for 1, chasing 218 to beat Kent. That's a 35 overs per side match, and England are 11 without loss at tea against India. They still trail by 84. Holland in to Lace, who defends. Back up the pitch. Lace clearly delighted by that 100 he scored at the Cheltenham Festival. But
yeah, and the manner of it as well, with Gloucestershire's backs to the wall. Okay, not a million miles off trying to save the game.
It was a leg cutter from Holland. And no real movement though, so Lacey unable to defend it. It kind of, I was thinking about this in one of the drives home in these recent matches. It may have been the long drive back from home, actually. I'll come back to the question in a moment. Holland in. And again, Lace defends. I'm trying to think of the last game. That's the end of Holland's over, 48 for 1, where you felt as if Gloucestershire were actually driving the game for any length of time.
In any format?
Well, almost in any format, actually. If you've got to go back to even the Middlesex match at Cheltenham, where they set them an 420 odd to win, there was a long period when Eskenazi was batting where you'd wonder where those late wickets were coming from. And certainly in some of the T20s and in this competition, they've rescued some positions to win rather than going out and really dominating the opposition.
Yeah. Yep. Come back to that in a moment as Prest is about to start his third over. Charlesworth just surveying the field and rearranging the gloves. Prest is in, and a flighted delivery is defended on the front foot by Charlesworth out towards extra cover. I think you'd probably have to go back to the two T20s against Glamorgan and Kent here. Charlesworth goes back and forces that one straight to backward point. Played that one right off the stumps. Prest with a real spring in his step. Pressed into action and bowls, and there's a reverse sweep from Charlesworth which draws some purrs from the Gloucestershire crowd as it sends the ball whistling to the backward point boundary for 4. So that brings up the 50 for Gloucestershire, 52 for 1, and Charlesworth up to 36. And reverse sweep proving the option to break the shackles somewhat, which Hampshire very much had on Gloucestershire in the last few overs. Now Charlesworth comes down the pitch and almost yorks himself, getting a kind of a low full toss played to short mid-wicket. Pressed to Charlesworth, wider and cut, and just managing to beat the dive of Holland at backward point there, Charlesworth, and picks up 1 run, 53 for 1. Crowd run rate still around about 6 1/4, just slightly above it. Still troubling Gloucestershire too much at this stage, but the wickets are the key thing. Lace tries to get off the mark but can't do so as Gubbins scuttles away from short mid-wicket to stop the ball heading up towards long on. 5 runs off the over, 53 for 1 after 13 overs. But yeah, in terms of matches that Gloucestershire have dominated from start to finish, those two probably come to mind as maybe the only two in the T20 where you'd say that was the case.
You went to Hove in the T20 where Phillips and Taylor recovered the batting, and then I think in the bowling half of the innings, I think there was a feeling that Gloucestershire were on top quite early. So
yeah, the only drama really in the bowling part of that came late on from Mills and Robinson, I think it was, who produced a late flurry just to worry Gloucestershire fans a little.
Holland to continue with McManus standing up, and it's thick edge from Charlesworth down to third man. I suppose what we're saying is that a lot of these games have been quite a nervous watch.
And in the Championship, whilst you could probably look back to both the first 2 matches of the season against Surrey and Somerset and say that they were in control of both a little more, but actually even in those games there were periods of real nerves.
Holland to Tom Lace, who is away with a single out to deep square. Yes, I've heard various comments about this competition. They said, there'll be some mismatches. Well, so Gloucestershire have had Lancashire won reasonably comfortably, but it wasn't an annihilation by any means. And in Charlesworth straight up to mid-off, but no profit from that. The Worcestershire game was truncated. It was only 10 runs in that at the end. Last over at Scarborough, last but 1 over at Hove, last ball on Tuesday.
Yeah, I think people were probably looking at sides like Sussex, who've been completely decimated through all sorts of different reasons.
Holland again. Charlesworth steers that one again, straight to the fielder. Backward point.
But for the most part, Sussex have been in really most of their games. I know Hampshire thrashed them, but the 3 matches that they've played, they've actually managed to finish. That's the only one. They very much could have beaten Lancashire at Sedbergh, and they very much could have beaten Gloucestershire at Hove.
Charlesworth waits once more for Holland. That's floated up. Again, doesn't beat the man at short extra.
The only side that you'd say that's really struggled has been Kent.
And they have been very heavily hit.
Yes, exactly. I don't think anybody could legislate for that number of difficulties that they've had.
And again, Charlesworth whips that very, very fine. Has he got much on that, or is that leg byes only?
I think the umpire's going to signal leg byes eventually.
Yes, he is. So very, very faint flick off the pad. 57 for 1 after 14. And we made the point often enough that yes, Gloucestershire need to win, but they need a bit of help from elsewhere. And at the moment, Sussex and Kent are very much in their 2 matches today. Sussex 149 for 1, need 85 off 18 at Worcester. You have to say they ought to be favourites for that. And Middlesex have lost a couple of early wickets in chasing 218 to beat Kent, the 19 for 2.
Tom Prest to start his next over. And Lace is going to go for a slog sweep, hits it way up into the air. It's only a question of who's going to take the catch, and it's Weatherly. So that is the end of Tom Lace. Decided that he wanted to go after Tom Prest. And the top edge just really going absolutely nowhere. They didn't even bother to cross because there was no point really. It would have been a comfortable run out even if the catch had been dropped if they'd decided to try to cross. And 2 wickets down now. Gloucestershire 57 for 2, Lace out for 1. And well, with each passing wicket, the pressure particularly on Charlesworth to bat through the innings gets ever greater, but also each successive batsman that comes out, because Gloucestershire there's no way of escaping this, a batsman light today.
Yeah, it says 2 on the card, but you might almost say it's... is it 2.5? Is it 3? Well, Van Buren, Taylor and Scott are 4, 5 and 6, and you'd have to say that they have held the key in the chases before, and they will do so again here.
Yeah, and I think particularly, well, Jack Taylor and George Scott have been in good form, but they're going to need probably all of these kind of 4 more frontline batsmen to perform now, with 148 more needed to win. The required run rate's now up towards 6.5. Can't really hang about too much either. Prest bowls a full toss and Van Buren slammed it straight to extra cover. Well, he's got the short boundary that side, but just first ball, Van Buren not quite able to get the placement right, and he goes back onto his stumps and runs that one away out to backward point. Charlesworth has to turn tail and flee back to the non-striker's end. What a job this has been from Prest so far. And Van Buren dabs that one. There's no short third man, it's more backward point, and so there'll be 2 runs as Holland manages to catch up with the ball down towards the third man rope, and Van Buren gets off the mark. 59 now for 2.
It's very Hampshire, isn't it, to throw someone a ball to a part-time spinner and get them to take a wicket.
Press bowls down the pitch, comes Van Buren and tries to drive it wide of mid-off. Oh, it's not stopped by Kyle Abbott. Down at mid-off, and the ball is going to trickle over the long off rope for 4. He's got his own shirt back as Kyle Abbott, but diving away after that one, a flailing drive from Van Buren, but Abbott, with a bit of a fast bowler's dive after that one, has to be said. 4 runs to Gloucestershire 63 for 2. Good footwork from Van Buren and nice placement, but probably shouldn't have been 4. That turns from Prest, but turns down the leg side, and so he won't get away with that one. Wide. 63 for 2, so 7 runs off the last 2 legal deliveries. Pressed in, and that's cut by Van Buren. I think it's just going to be the single, and is out to deep point. So in terms of runs, ended up not being the worst over that from Prest. The problem, Gloucestershire have lost their 2nd wicket and are 64 for 2 after 15 overs. 141 more runs required from the final 22 overs.
Yes, in a T20 chase, you'd say that's perfectly okay. You'd be prepared to take that on.
It's not been easy to score quickly on this surface, though, has it?
It hasn't. And I'm with you. I think Charlesworth does have a responsibility now to try and make maybe an 80.
Yep.
If he can, without absorbing up too much of the strike. Ian Holland's bowled 3 overs. This will be his 4th, so all 4 bowlers used would have bowled 4 overs by the end of this one. Prest has 2 for 20 now from his 4. And Van Buren waits for Holland, squeezes that out onto the onside, but again Gubbins is there. If you've joined us late, Hampshire won the toss, decides to bat. 204 for 8, first wicket stand of 90. Allsop made 57, Prest, who was dropped on 3, made 41, and apart from that, Gloucestershire chipped away at the batting order, and Van Buren took 3 for 36 from his 8 overs. Holland in, Van Buren chops away. That's a nice shot. He's found the gap between a very square cover and backward point, and it's gone all the way to the rope for 4. And nothing would please this Bristol crowd more than to see Graham Van Buren add some runs to his 3 wickets.
Almost as if it was about to cramp him, and then he just hopped out of the way of it and just guided the ball through the gap. Van Buren has been out cutting to backward point, so to see him playing along the ground in controlled fashion is pleasing.
Little dab down to 3rd man. That's Fuller down there.
I think it's Turner.
Turner, yeah, sorry. He turned round. The target number 205. Hazy sunshine again as Charlesworth waits for Holland. Pleasantly plays that out through the covers to Fuller, who is on the boundary on that side of the ground for a single. Goals circling. We've had our break between innings. Maybe they think there's some offerings around.
He's welcome to some tomato stew or whatever it is in the back there.
Holland and forces Van Buren to do no more than defend.
Some mange too, and some new potatoes, and some olives. Quite right. Just what a goal needs.
Three inside the circle on the offside for Holland. Again, a little dab from Van Buren out to backward point. But Holland's got through 4 reasonably tidy overs. He's only conceded 12 runs in those 4 overs. He hasn't taken the wicket.
He's not necessarily an out-and-out wicket taker, is he? But what you do know that you're going to get from his economy.
Yeah, you'll stifle the run rate at one end.
Taking 3 wickets in his 5 matches this season, but economy of a little over 4.5. So he's exactly been got after very much.
So will Charlesworth have a go now at Prest, I wonder?
Just can't quite afford to. Pressed in, oh, he's come down the pitch, so he tried to, and then got a leading edge, I think, out towards point, and he's got a single out.
Put the slip back in too for Charlesworth.
Oh, right back on the attack. Not for Van Buren though, interestingly. They've decided more to reinforce the leg side field. So Van Buren goes back and tries to dab that one down fine. You can see exactly what he was after, because that fielder that just appeared in your shot from backward point, who is Holland, would have had quite a lot of difficulty hauling in a little late cut like that. Single taken. His delivery is driven by Charlesworth without really going through with the shot, and fielded at short extra cover. But Pressed into his 5th over. No reason to take him off yet, as Charlesworth just gives himself a little bit of room and knocks that one down too long on. They'll pick up another single. Gloucestershire continuing to try to tick things along. I'm sure if Pressed bowled a long hop, they'll try and be ready for it, but at the moment there's no cause really for too many risks, having already lost 2 wickets. Pressed now round the wicket to Van Buren, who's tried to play that late cut again. It's a dangerous shot still, and goes through with the angle across the right-hander through to McManus. Last ball of this over from Pressed, who is in, and Van Buren just nurdles that one leg side and will set off for a quick single, which is appreciated by the crowd. But 4 runs off that over. The required run rate still sitting around about 6.5. 130 will be needed off the final 20 overs. So I say around about 6.5. I think that's exactly
6.5. Scott has been on the email. Greetings from the tropics, he says. I'm in Bangkok, sitting here under lockdown, and good to be able to watch the cricket. Best regards. Well, wherever you are, do drop us a note, whether you're in the tropics or you're in Totterdown. Here is Holland to continue. Again, pleasantly played, but with no great timing by Van Buren out to short extra. A little bit of heavy cloud over the top of the pavilion at the moment, but certainly the visibility remains good in the long distance, and that's the key point to us getting through this game. Here we are 10-5 with 20 overs to go. 75 for 2, chasing 205 to win. Van Buren waits for Holland, an appeal for LBW, and he's gone. Holland has Van Buren LBW, and that feels like a big wicket for Hampshire. Van Buren trying to turn it on the onside. Let's see where this hit him on the pad. Oh, that's a pretty good shout, and I don't think umpire Ian Gould had too many issues with raising the finger for that. Van Buren has to go, I'm afraid. 75 for 3.
No, and yes, it could have been lower down, but Van Buren is not tall, and he just got completely stuck on the crease there. So probably because we mentioned that Holland hadn't taken a lot of wickets that happened, so apologies for that. But Holland picking up his first, 75 for 3. It's looking like Gloucestershire are going to need some more rearguard action if they're going to produce victory here. It's going to have to be another come from behind victory, and Jack Taylor, who was the hero in the other match where they did that this season, is going to have to, I suspect, lead the way here again.
And it would be all the more irritating if Gloucestershire found that they were unable to get a win out of this match, and then they looked and saw the other sides had actually helped them. which is possibly what might be happening at the other two venues.
It would also mean that Hampshire have put them out of the championship. Hampshire have put them out of the 50 over competition, and they also won a match which Gloucestershire were in control of for a fair amount of time at the Aegeus Bowl, which was the difference in them not making the T20 quarterfinals.
Holland to Jack Taylor, steered out to backward point. And the Duckworth Lewis is now 91, and that is an inevitable result of the extra wicket.
Yes, that's the other thing. You don't want to be doing the rain dance if you're a Gloucestershire fan for any of the rest of this match now. Duckworth Lewis will kill them if they go off.
Taylor must be taking leg stump looking at that guard. Waits for Holland. And again, high backlift. Defends out on the offside. Charlesworth has to keep going. And he probably has to keep going kind of at his own pace in a way. He has to keep the rhythm that he feels he's in. And the runs, if the acceleration has to come at the other end. 4 saving a single for Taylor on the leg side, on the offside, and 2 on the leg. And another dot ball goes by with Holland at the moment into his 5th over. There's one delivery from a wicket maiden, which is a big contribution at this point. Taylor down the leg side, he'll at least prevent Holland from getting the satisfaction of the wicket maiden, but it's still a tidy over. And the wicket, the important one of Van Buren, 75 for 3, chasing 205. And we are, to all intents and purposes, at the halfway stage, because 37 overs from here. The rate, as you say, Ed, is the key point. 6.78. And you've got one new batsman trying to find his way. Pressed is to keep going.
Indeed. Into his 6th. Could bowl his 8. One of the 2 bowlers that bowls the 8 at this rate. Persist round the wicket to Jack Taylor, and he's in, and that's a full delivery which is driven into the gap. Abbott's going to be after it towards the long off boundary, and he'll haul it in this time, to ironic cheers from the crowd down there. But 2 runs taken by Jack Taylor to move him up to 3. And I think, like you say, Charlesworth, he sort of naturally scores at around about that 4.5, 5 and over mark. Prest is in, and they'll just take a quick single as it's pushed out into the covers, and Jack Taylor moves up to 4. So you've kind of got to say, I think I'm with you, Charlesworth's got to just keep batting at that pace which he naturally seems to score at. The slip back in place for Charlesworth. Weatherly, who crouches down there. Prest goes full with that one, although so it didn't necessarily get up quite as much as I thought it might, and Charlesworth has dealt with it. And a bit of time, I suppose, to deal with it, and sends it up towards long on for another single. This is how Gloucestershire are going to have to do it for the time being. Pressed in and bowls to Jack Taylor, who it's a little bit turned around by that one. And offside, so he's looking leg side. Pressed once again. It's just guided out towards short mid wicket. So a promising start to the over, but Prest is having the better of the finish here as he sends fine leg back. So they actually had 6 inside the circle there for Jack Taylor. Now they've got the 5. And another defensive prod from Jack Taylor goes out into the covers, and so Prest with 3 dots to end the over. 19 have been bowled, and it's 80 for 3.
Hampshire 110 for 2 off 20, but they did slow up a bit in the middle overs. I'm sure there'll be a few, I'll call them wags, shall we? And I don't mean wives and girlfriends of footballers.
No.
Wags. I'm meeting among the crowd today who will be saying, how can a part-time off-spinner come on and do this to us? Because you know what they're like.
Yeah. And possibly not even the part-time spinner that we thought might be the might be the issue.
The kind of the unknown almost.
It just feels, it's just very Hampshire versus Gloucestershire, really, isn't it? Though, like you say, and the only thing that they haven't done really today is put a fielder in a short leg and have a catch taken off the helmet. But I feel sure that something similar to that's going to be round the corner.
Or James Fuller will take a hat trick, probably. That's what will happen. He's into the attack now from the Ashley Down Road end, and he bowls, and Charlesworth works that straight down the pitch back to the bowler. I'm sure. I'm absolutely certain it was Fuller. I just can't remember the year. Was it? Gloucestershire went to. I want to say Hove in its T20. Scott Styrus. Yeah.
You know, I was thinking the exact same thing. When you see Fuller bowling as a Gloucestershire fan, you can't help but think of that.
That game. Fuller in and bowls, and huge appeal, but really only from the bowler. McManus did join in, but I think both are very optimistic.
Of course, you know, the part that he played in the trophy win goes out the window, and you just remember that one more than unfortunate match. Surely too high and a bit leg-sideish as well. I think it had masses going for it.
The target is 205. There are 37 overs in all, not the usual 50 today. Fuller around the wicket, and Charlesworth punches that off the back foot again. Nice looking shot out to Felix Organ on the cover boundary. Fuller will come back over the wicket to Jack Taylor.
It's very hard, seemingly, just to rotate the strike easily either, and then Hampshire know that because they've brought fielders in quite close everywhere. So it's not as though, you know, it's difficult to score at 6 and 7 and over because you've got one big boundary which you can always bowl at, but it's also not easy to work singles about.
Fuller tries to bang that in, but doesn't get a lot out of the pitch. I wonder if that was why Kyle Abbott decided to bat first, on the basis that he thought the pitch might get slower and lower later on.
Well, it could be. Yeah, that was another thing that. Well, it's another thing that you tend to think of.
You know, when the ball is hard, yes, there may be some runs, but as it gets softer, just more difficult to get away. Fuller to Taylor, he's slammed it high in the air. It might drop safe. It does, and they'll just take one. A few hearts in nows among the spectators at that shot into that short boundary.
I think he got what he was after. From the way that he played that one, it was almost as if he was sitting on the short ball, but it just got a little bit bigger on him than he thought it might.
Charlesworth still has 3 on the offside, saving a single to cope with. And that's down the leg side from Fuller, and Charlesworth's got it away, but only to Allsop at deep square. Don't forget that for the remaining matches in this competition, the one at Radlett and the one at Beckenham, I know Eddie's at both, there will be pictures available from our friends at Middlesex and Kent respectively.
Indeed, but if you want to hear the Gloucestershire perspective at Middlesex, then you will have to synchronise the pictures with the BBC commentary feed,
which will have Kevin Hand
and myself.
We're going to see Felix Organ.
Just a heads up about that.
So Prest has bowled 6 overs for 28, but he's taken 2 wickets.
Yeah, I suspect it's just going to be pretty much more of the same, you'd have thought. Organ's not going to look to do anything too special. He doesn't have to, because there's enough in this pitch, particularly for the spinners, that scoring at sevens, which is what Gloucestershire have to do, above sevens, looking tougher and tougher really. We've still got that field set pretty tight on the infield. Organ in and bowls to Charlesworth, who drives up towards mid-off on the edge of the circle there, but no thoughts of getting what would be a cheeky single. But his Organ is in, and down the pitch goes Charlesworth and knocks it to long on for one. Kind of have the feeling though that we're actually not too far off the point where something has to give for Gloucestershire, because they're not scoring at, they'd like to be scoring at 5s and 6s comfortably enough that they're not having to take too many risks, but it feels as if we're already getting pretty close to the point where Gloucestershire have to take some risks, because they're simply not up with the rate that they need to be. Organ, it's extravagant preparation before he bowls. Quick single, and it's a good call from Charlesworth to send Jack Taylor through for the one to short fine leg.
Alex Hartley.
Yes, it is actually. Yes.
If you're a fan of the women's game,
mirror image.
You'll
of
know
Alex
what I mean
Hartley.
by that.
Yes, that is a very good spot. That it's almost identical, isn't it? Down the pitch goes Charlesworth and gets struck on the pad, out into the leg side.
They want an extra man back. His Gublin's going to drop out there to the edge of the circle. No, he's not.
Here's Organ, bowls, and once again Charlesworth uses his feet. Oh, Jack Taylor's had that go right through his legs. It's a great piece of footwork to have that one go right between his legs, but it's still just the single. It was timed well by Charlesworth, but just 3 runs off this over so far, and there's only 1 ball left. Weight required continues to climb. Here's Organ, he bowls, a little bit flatter, and Jack Taylor just goes back in defence. So it's yet another over that's just produced 3 runs. And 21 have been bowled. It's 86 for 3, 119 of 16 overs. And still it doesn't sound unmanageable from a T20 point of view, but not only do you not have the power play, you're starting with 3 wickets down, you're a batsman light, and this pitch has been tricky even to score at 5s, never mind 7s on.
Fuller to continue from this Ashley Down Road end. Charlesworth increasingly looking like a big factor in this chase. Single up to mid-off. In the innings at Scarborough, was that an even-paced 87?
Yeah, I would have said so, yeah. I don't think that there were no real periods of huge flurries of scoring. He just steadily accumulated the runs and put away the bad balls when they came.
Taylor has to crack on with things a bit here if he can, and that's pulled away off a short ball from Fuller to the short boundary at mid-wicket. That's what you sometimes get with James Fuller.
Yeah, it's if he bowls too many more of these types of deliveries, he's not going to stay in the attack for too long, and it's just exactly where Jack Taylor wants it. It's not short enough to trouble him, but equally he's able just to give himself room and swat it away to the short boundary.
91 for 3. Taylor looks about the nudge into the onside for the single. That doesn't get it. Sussex 185 for 4 at Worcester. They need 49 off the last 12.
Inexperienced lower order. They could still fall short there.
Ali Orr's made 108 out of those, and he's now out.
Travis Head's still in, so it's as though he.
Carter is with him, as Gloucestershire know he can bat. Here, Fuller to Taylor. Ooh, slower ball. And Taylor misjudged the pace of it completely.
A little bit of a smile there, I think, from one to the other. 1-1 so far, I think. As you say, the change of pace got Jack Taylor way out in front of that one.
And Middlesex struggling against Kent. 60 for 4 they are. And the 14th, chasing 218. Pulled by Taylor into the gap on the leg side, got it safe. Interesting, they didn't want to go for the second run there. With 3 men converging on the ball. There might well have been one on the throw, but certainly Gloucestershire cannot afford a silly run out. I'm not saying there should have been 2 there, but better to take the 1 and not get it wrong.
Yes, that might be one way of putting it.
Fuller to Charlesworth. Punch through the offside. There'll only be 1 there. Out to Organ at deep cover. Your reading would have been there should have been 2. Easily.
Well, I would have said so, yes, given that it went over mid-wicket and the fielder had to come from deep square leg and it plugged into the gap. I would have thought that there was 2 there, yes. But well, if 1 run is the deciding factor, then maybe we can go back and look at that.
Yeah, I should say that elsewhere, the match at York, where Yorkshire playing, say, abandoned, was a no result. Notts 185 for 5 after 33 overs, but they didn't play after that. They've had 2 games at York this week. Not a ground I've been to, but a bit like South Northumberland.
North, south, east, west,
yeah, South
Northumberland.
Northumberland, and other outgrounds used. I think well thought of by the hardened cricket watchers in that part of the world.
So Organ into his second over. And prepares to bowl. Charlesworth down the pitch, plays a glorious lofted straight drive over the bowler's head for 4 runs and brings up his half century. So that is a very, very nice way to get to 50.
67 balls and 6 fours.
67 balls with 6 fours.
It's a pretty typically pleasing shot of Charlesworth's to get to his half century. Gloucestershire need a fair few more of those, however. Change of fielder, I think, rather than change of field, with Charlesworth looking to go straight down the ground. No, in fact, it is going to be a change of field as well, because they're going to send Long off out, and he was previously up. As Charlesworth once again uses his feet to Organ, makes it into a full toss, but content just to punch it up to the fielder at Long on and pick up 1 more run. So Charlesworth, who, if you take into account the century in the warm-up match as well, has been batting beautifully in white ball cricket. Organ to Jack Taylor, who goes back, chops it away fine, but can't beat the dive at short third man in the end of Turner. He's still persisting with that field where there's a sort of a fielder floating between backward point and short third man, so it's tempting Gloucestershire to play very fine. Charlesworth whips that one aerially, but short of Kyle Abbott at short mid-wicket.
That would have been a very tame dismissal, wouldn't it? Just a little push.
Yep, against the spin. Organ in, and down comes Charlesworth to get close to the pitch of the ball and push it down to Long on. And that's the 3-figure mark for Gloucestershire. A lot of work still to do, but a couple of boundaries in the last 2 overs just to provide some encouragement to the Bristol faithful. Last ball of this over, Organ bowls to Jack Taylor, who swats that one away through mid-wicket. We'll just pick up a single out to Tom Alsop on the deep wide mid-wicket boundary. Alsop's got a bit of a fan club down there, it seems. And the over completed, 101 for 3. Jack Taylor has 13, Charlesworth has 54.
Yes, I'm sure, how many times have we heard the phrase, take it deep? And that's what Gloucestershire will be looking at here. They've got 14 overs to go. Where would they be in 10 overs time? Would they want to be at 160? What 150 would leave them with too much to do, I think. If they get to 160, might need a bit more than that. So it might almost need to be an even chase from here, unless there's a big over somewhere.
Well, if you're a Gloucestershire fan, then that's exactly what you want, isn't it? You want somehow to score at 7, 8-ish and over for the rest of the way, get 7s and 8s, but that's not going to be particularly easy.
Can Fuller yield an expensive over, I wonder? Jack Taylor to face him. That short leg side boundary. And that's just Taylor standing relatively tall and playing it up to mid-on where Ian Holland is the fielder.
So you rehearse a slightly more expansive shot there, Jack Taylor. He feels like you that Fuller's overs maybe have to go for more than average.
Deep square leg out, deep mid-wicket out for Fuller. And Taylor tries to hit it into the car park and doesn't get a touch. He'll know that Fuller he is a wicket taker in this format. 78 wickets at 33 coming into this game in his white ball career, this day career, 50 over career. Taylor goes into the leg side with this, and have they made a mess of it? Is it going for 4? Yes, it has beaten them, 2 of them. The 2 fielders on the rope, pressed, and his colleague getting in a terrible tangle. And Taylor will be grateful that it's beaten the 2 of them. There's the camera shot, and what a great bit of work on the rope, to be fair. Gloucestershire will take all the boundaries they can. Taylor again. It's worked a short fine leg with this. And Gubbins, I think that is.
In exactly the right place. Just a little fine tickle. That's what Jack Taylor wants to get on that one.
If we do get through this game, I think we'll be very fortunate to have had a meaningful game rather than something that was just a slog among the showers. Fuller to Taylor, down the ground but not timed, and straight to Holland at mid-on. So yes, the one stray ball in the over from Fuller, but he's done pretty well otherwise.
And considering that the only reason that we've lost overs is because of rain that didn't fall during the hours of play.
Yeah, correct.
Which is quite extraordinary given the overall forecast for today.
Rates up to 7.5. Third man is also up now. Fuller, and again Taylor whips that into the leg side, but Organ is out on the boundary, and Taylor will keep the strike at the end of the over. So 106 for 3. 37 overs per side, remember, for this game. It's worth reminding you of that constantly. If you're just conscious that 5:15 people may be turning on the stream, having finished their working week in some instances. And 13 overs to go to get those 99.
The required rate still hasn't moved appreciably recently. It's still around about that 7.5 and over mark.
Gloucestershire need a big over from something like a 12 or something from somewhere.
Yeah, which then allows for at least one cheaper over further down the line. Organ round the wicket, ball short to Taylor, who cuts out to backward point on the rope, but will just pick up the single. And still, you feel like things are not quite in absolute top gear. They're not still feeling like they should be in overdrive, this pair, which I think is still the right way to go. But Morgan in and bowls, and Charlesworth drives slightly uppishly, but nobody really anywhere near it, and it goes out to deep cover for a single.
I should say they are off for rain at Trent Bridge, where England are 25 without loss, still trailing India by 70.
Tommy, they're calling him even now. Morgan bowls, and Jack Taylor goes back and slaps that one through the covers, and a good bit of work actually by Kyle Abbott. He sort of battered it down a little bit like a cat might with a ball of wool or something, and knocked it to the floor. Gloucestershire taking the single though. Morgan in and bowls, and Charlesworth chips that one. Second time where he's not been too far off chipping it to short mid-wicket, but sends it up towards long on for another single.
I think George Scott needs to get himself wound up in the dressing room, such that when he comes out, he knows he's got to put his foot on the accelerator straight away.
Yeah.
If he gets out, obviously.
Morgan bowls a little short, but Jack Taylor just really drops the bat on the ball and sends it rolling away out into the leg side, and another single. There's a happy birthday chant out there as well, so I don't know, unless they've decided that it's Tom Alsop's birthday, which is why they're giving him such an ovation. I don't know.
Charlesworth 56.
It isn't Tom Alsop's birthday, by the way, just to clarify. Yeah. Single of every ball this over. Organ to Charlesworth, who clips that one straight to backward square leg. There'll be a throw in from Turner, but no chance to affect the run out. So 6 singles off the over. I mean, that's kind of the type of over Gloucestershire have been after for the last several, really. No risks taken particularly, and not a bad effort in terms of the number of runs scored. 112 after 25, there's the card, and both Charlesworth and Jack Taylor with strike rates in the mid-70s.
See, Hampshire were 137 for 3 at this point, but the next 5 only brought 17 runs, and that's where Gloucestershire really tightened things up. This is where they've got to try and close that gap.
Well, you know that they're going to go back to Abbott at some stage. Abbott and Turner are surely going to come back at some point, and if they bowl like they did at the start, it's going to be, well, at least with the quality that they bowled at the start, it's going to be tough to get away.
Yeah, Holland's bowled 5 overs for 13. I mean, he was taken off. Fuller's bowled 3 overs for 15. Auburn 3 overs for 17. So it will be Fuller at the moment. Game at Worcester might not be over, by the way. Sussex 197 for 6, need 37 off 9 overs. Charlesworth again defends, Fuller staying round the wicket to the left-hander. Middlesex 85 for 5, chasing 218 to beat Kent. So that's at Radlett though, so it's a smallish ground. But the problem there is the wickets column. Gloucestershire a little way behind on Duckworth Lewis at the moment, gives you a guide of where they are. Fuller to Charlesworth again, who steers it away. You thought about there would be one run there. There was a touch of hesitation. Taylor kept going, and the throw missed the stumps, fortunately. Wasn't the most confident call, that.
Live, my impression was that Jack Taylor might have been out if it had hit. Like you said, it wasn't that decisive, was it?
It was one of those ones that it's square of the wicket, so you know, whose call is it really? Taylor waits for Fuller. And again, it's into the ground of a length where he can do no more than pick up a single. And if Hampshire keep the boundaries down, they're probably going to squeeze the life out of this game.
Yeah, well, they're going to be happy to a certain extent
Yeah,
to take it to the point where Gloucestershire have to take huge
4 or 5
risks
singles,
against them.
4 or
They're
5
not,
singles and over. They're probably all right with that.
yeah, exactly. They're not going to be bothered with Gloucestershire just ticking things along.
Charlesworth again, perfectly sensible shot, picks up 1 run. But there's going to have to be an explosion of scoring from somewhere. I mean, we kind of said it in each of the last 2 games. I know I certainly said it at Hove when Dan Worrell was bowling the penultimate over, but this is the season in this competition today. Taylor goes down the ground but straight on the bounce to Holland. Long on, again only 1. It felt like it was the season then, it felt like it was the season on Tuesday, but there is no debate that it is the season today.
Yes, this really is the last chance. Gloucestershire having had a few last chances, and if they win this one, then every remaining game will continue to be last chance.
Yeah. Charlesworth waits for Fuller, but again can do no more than defend. Charlesworth at the end of that over has made 59 off 77 balls, 6 fours. Someone's got to play the role that he is playing, and that's fine. If he keeps going, there has to be some acceleration from the other end. 11 overs to go.
Yeah, and I think it looks as though Kyle Abbott's had a feeling that it's got to the point where Gloucestershire may start to really feel like they have to have a big over off the spinners. So, as a consequence of that, they're going to go back to pace from the Bristol Pavilion end, and they may not actually bowl another over of spin in the match. They don't have to.
They've bowled 9 already, and they've got plenty of options for the remaining 11. So, Abbott and Turner could both bowl 4. Holland could bowl 2.
So actually, maybe they need to get 1 more, don't they?
No, they've got 4 seamers left, haven't they? Who can bowl?
Oh, of course, yes. Sorry, I was looking at.
The fact that Organ and Prest have bowled more than the 8, which is the maximum allocation for the 5th bowler. So, yes, they don't need to bowl another over spin if they don't want to.
Turner back into the attack. 4 overs for 18 earlier on, but could have been even better than that were it not for a inside edge off the last ball that he bowled in his spell. And rate required over 8 now for Gloucestershire. It's Turner in and bowls short, and that's carved over the top of backward point for 4 runs. Don't think that was the most sensible option from Turner. I don't know that he necessarily meant to bowl that ball. It may just have been a loosener in his new spell, but short and wide with that short boundary was not the place to be. Jack Taylor barely moved his feet at all, just swat with the bat.
Very short.
It just makes it even easier to get it up and over backward point. Turner bowls another short delivery, and Jack Taylor fends it off, really, I think it's fair to say. Pick up a run for that.
If you are going to bowl that length, that was the line, because there was literally nowhere to go.
Yeah, and also, if you're going to clear a rope, you're going to have to clear a massive rope. It's going to take a hit like Aaron Nijar in the Essex match. Turner bowls full, and Jack Taylor swipes at it, and it's a bottom edge which McManus will field out from behind the stumps. 5 runs off 3 balls this over, but just signs with that shot there. That's one of the first times that Jack Taylor's really gone hard after a kind of full delivery, which he thinks is more like the slot length.
As we know, Charlesworth has played some very nice pull shots. in this tournament.
Turner in, and Charlesworth forces that one away off the back foot. They're going to run the first one hard, but there'll be no chance of a second run out to Allsop on the deep cover boundary rope, and still that is Charlesworth's role. The rate it's not at 10s, for example. If it's at 10s, then you probably say they've both got to go. But Charlesworth, if he can just score or to run a ball, then for now that's what Gloucestershire need. Turner bowls to Taylor, short pulled, mistimed up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Am I being harsh to say he got away with that one a bit, Turner, because it looked as if it wasn't quite...
Taylor had set himself a slightly different angle. He could have cracked that away through the off, so it was probably of a line where he could have played the shot he played to the first ball of the over. 10 overs after this.
Mid-wicket up, that short mid-wicket. Jack Taylor opens the face, dabs that one away, fine of, square of third man, and that's 4. Well, a bit of touch from Jack Taylor to go with the power from earlier on in the over, and that has turned out to be a good one for Gloucestershire. The replay of that last shot from Jack Taylor, just pretty simple. Well, he made it look simple. It wasn't simple, because to place the ball the way he did was terrific batting, but he made it look like just an easy little run off the open face of the bat, but to send it not straight to the third man fielder and have it just be a single took some serious skill. So 10 runs off that over, brought the required rate below 8.
79 off 10. Finds a Charlesworth. Again, finds the gap. Doesn't try to overhit it. And picks up one more. Middlesex are 6 wickets down against Kent in the 20th over of 35. And they still need 125 to win. Yeah, Gloucestershire need 1 or 2 big blows from Jack Taylor. That's down the leg side, that's aerial, and that will be one of them. That's gone down 3 bounces with fine leg up. He's got it over the fielder and down in front of the club officers for 4.
Yeah, misdirection really from Fuller, way down the leg side, and just an easy pick-up shot for Jack Taylor with the pace that Fuller is giving him. He's just got to make sure that he gets enough bat on it to get it over short, fine leg, and so that's made much easier by being a full pace delivery from Fuller.
Fuller again to Taylor. Oh, slower ball. Misjudged the pace of that, went too early. Shame that the lights are not on. Was it the Essex match where the lights were on for most of the day?
Yeah.
So the lights. Well, we're quite a lofty perch here, but I'm sure what it's like at ground level. Taylor waits for Fuller again. Dab, and he's just beaten the fielder at a deep gully, or fine third man who are up inside the circle, and Taylor picks up another boundary. That was a risk, but you have to take risks in this situation when you're needing nearly 8 and over. Not just enough on it. It was a deliberate shot, and Hampshire had a man there specifically for that shot.
Yeah, definitely a calculated risk.
Fuller on the 28th of 37 overs. That's cracked away in orthodox fashion out to Allsop at deep square. Deep point, I should say. And 36 for 3. The target is 205. This has been a good over for Gloucestershire. Taylor's got to 41. That's his 4th consecutive score of 40 or more. had quite a few. Charlesworth to face Fuller. Quite overweight on. He's played straight to Weather. He looked frustrated he didn't pick the gap there, but that was still a good over. 136 for 3, 69 off 9. And at least this will force Hampshire to think a little bit.
Yeah, it does, because it forces them to think about what type of bowler they want to be bowling, as well as just who. Because
Fuller's 5 overs have cost 29 at this end.
With Fuller and Turner both having gone for 10 each of the last 2, Abbott's probably not only thinking about, do I bring maybe myself back on, or he's also thinking, well, maybe I should go back to spin. It's Turner for now, and Jack Taylor guides that one away very fine down towards the boundary rope and over it. So he went to the right of third man in the last over, and this over he's gone to the left of him. Another little dab using the pace of Turner. Let that one get quite close to him, and just, well, it's pretty much like catching practice, isn't it, to first slip. But there is no first slip in place. So now down at third man, Organ must be wondering exactly where he should be standing. Here is Turner, he bowls very short, and Jack Taylor pulls it out towards the fielder at deep square leg. They'll get one. Oh, and there's a misfield, and they're going to come back for the second run on that misfield. So Tom Alsop, who was hearing it from the spectators even before he committed the felony, but now I suspect the noise will be doubled. 2 more to the total, 63 needed off 52 balls. Turner in, bowls very short, and Jack Taylor ducks out of the way of it, and that's his 1 for the over, says Ian Gould.
Doesn't strike me Turner's going to bowl anything that's going to be drivable.
Jack Taylor just rehearsing the uppercut there.
Even when he was bowling from this Ashley Down Road end with the new ball, it was back of a length all the time.
He's got a good man at mid-off when it comes to advice of what to bowl, because Kyle Abbott not only marshalling things in terms of the field, but also in terms of guiding his young bowler through this situation. Turner is there and bowls short, and Jack Taylor swats that one into the gap, just made sure he kept it down. He's got 6 runs off 3 balls, no need to do anything too risky, because it's, you know, the rate's 7.5-ish roughly still, and they've already got their 7 with 2 balls remaining. So still mid-off and mid-on up. As Turner bowls full, and Charlesworth has got no bat on that, as he's tried to jam down on it. The field was pretty much set for that ball, and Turner getting the execution right. So now this becomes an important last ball here, with 7 runs off the over. Even just 1 more makes it above the rate over for Gloucestershire. It's Turner, he's in and bowls a full toss, and Charlesworth has slammed it into the ground. Oof. And
look at his reaction. Very annoyed.
Crowd catch to Gubbins, and well, I'm not quite sure what part of the bat of Charlesworth's that came off, but it certainly wasn't the middle. 143 for 3 after 29 overs, 62 from 48, the runs and balls equation, if you like to think that way.
Well, I will give you the Hampshire score at 30 overs at the end of the next over, because there may not be much in it at that point. And Hampshire got 50 off the last 7. Just to say elsewhere, Sussex need 18 runs off the last 3 overs to win at Worcestershire, and they have 4 wickets in hand, and they're going to restart in the test match at 5:45. England 25 without loss, still trail India They were all out for 278 earlier on today. 70 runs behind. So here is the big moment, probably. 8 overs to go. Abbott could bowl all 4 from this Ashley Down Road end. He's bowled 4 already. And that is sort of leading by responsibility, isn't it? Say, right, okay, I'll take the more difficult end for the chase. Or what might perceive to be the more difficult end.
Yep.
Abbott to Taylor. It's pitched up and hit straight into the ground to Ian Holland at short extra cover.
And after this over, then Hampshire can put an extra fielder outside the circle as well. That's another thing to note.
205 is the target. Gloucestershire have done the concept of cliffhangers very well in this tournament. Every indication there might be another one. Abbott, this bustling run in and bowls to Taylor, who stretches and gets that out to deepish extra cover. Also coming in and Holland on the retreat. Holland in the end does the fielding and keeps them down to 1 run. Maybe try and cramp Charlesworth here, do you think? Is he going to go round the wicket more to the point? Actually, he's going to go round the wicket, so
yeah.
Even more case for doing so.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the plan. Just fire it either into the... In fact, no, he's going to go over the wicket. I thought he was going to go round, but in fact not. But I still don't think that Abbott's going to be offering up a huge amount of width here. He's got Weatherly's shirt back on. I'm a bit confused what's going on here. We had 2 short-sleeved shirts, and we're back to Weatherly now. So we've got Weatherly at mid-off and Weatherly coming into bowl.
Fine leg up, 3rd man up. Charlesworth just gets into line, plays a sensible shot, takes the single. Out to it's Felix Organ out on the deep cover boundary. Taylor, you feel, is the player more likely to get Gloucestershire very close to this total. 49 off 45 at the moment. About to bowl to him. And it's a very, has he got a touch on that, or has that gone through as a bye? He's got nothing on it at all, so it wasn't a clean take by McManus, and Taylor will have to wait a little longer.
Bonus run
for the run to get him to his 50.
Yeah, you still wonder, is it at a stage where you can't afford to take too many risks against Abbott, or is it just, has it reached the stage now where you've just got to sort of apply the no fear rule to Abbott?
There he is. Charlesworth, who gets that over the infield. That may run away. Has it got enough on it to go down to the rope at 3rd man? It has. Well, Charlesworth has had a while without a boundary, but he's improvised there and got it over the 2 men in the gully and backward point area, and it's gone down towards the club offices for 4. It's a calculated gamble, but that's probably the bonus ball in this over from Kyle Abbott. Charlesworth had a 66. Slower ball from Abbott this time. There's a cry for 1. They want 2, but there isn't 2 there. Out to the other Weatherly, the real Weatherly, not the ghost. At deep mid wicket. 150 for 3 after 30 overs. Hampshire, 151 for 3 as you were. Hampshire 154 for 5. So it really is nip and tuck with 7 overs to go.
Yeah, it is, and I think the delivery that Abbott bowled there, very surprising, with third man up. It'd be one thing to bowl that ball with third man back, but surprised that he offered up something like that, because somebody who's been at the crease as long as Charlesworth has, you'd think would put that one away 9 times out of 10. And it's, you know, that's the one ball that's turned it from being a good over for Hampshire to still being a good one for Gloucestershire. But are you going to get a ball like that every over with Kyle Abbott bowling?
Taylor wants a drink. There are 7 overs to go, and Turner can bowl. Well, he could bowl 2 more. I suspect he may only bowl 1.
And then the question is, do you go back to pace with Fuller, or do you take the pace off with Holland? Or maybe a bit of both. Dilemma for Kyle Abbott. He may feel that Holland's, despite as tight as Holland bowled early, he may feel that Holland might be of a pace which Gloucestershire might take liberties against. Turner's now lost his run, and I think actually he's not lost his run. I think he got a call from Kyle Abbott just to check things up here. There's 30 overs gone, so there's 7 overs remaining, and Hampshire still have 5 inside the circle, which is interesting. Here's Turner, he's in and bowls, and that's short, tempted to be cut by Charlesworth, but he's got it absolutely nowhere. Bottom edge into the ground, not too close to the stumps, but equally it's a dot to start this over. I wonder if Abbott's done that by design or not. He's got 5 inside the ring, he's only got to have 4. He hasn't had you'd have thought by now he would have had a call from the dressing room if it weren't deliberate. Turner bowls, and Charlesworth hacks that one rather through the mid-wicket region. It won't make it outside the 30-yard circle, and the real Joe Weatherly does the fielding. A single taken.
At New Road, Sussex need 14 off 11.
Oh gosh.
And they're down to, they're 7 wickets down.
I think they're going to lose. It would be
quite a recovery from Worcestershire.
Quite something, wouldn't it? Considering what their, never mind with the ball, but what their last few batsmen did with the bat. Here's Turner, he bowls, and Jack Taylor backs that one away, and that could be caught down at third man, juggles twice and drops it! The fielder at third man. Felix Organ, the culprit. They've come through for a single. It was an uppercut from Jack Taylor, which was always looked as if it was, well, not necessarily a simple catch, but always looked as if it was going to be a catch. And he had 2 goes at it, and then put it down. But that is 50 for Jack Taylor, meanwhile. Not the way he would have drawn up to reach it, but it is 3 half-centuries in a row for the Gloucestershire T20
after
skipper.
a 49 not out. 40.
Yes, of course.
49, 46? 46, I think.
49.
49.
Here's Turner, he bowls to Charlesworth, he tries to pull and gets struck on the body, in fact, and it's sent down towards third man, so that's a leg by. This has been a good over from Turner, especially considering his first ball back went for 4, but since then he's been terrific. Gloucestershire need their boundary off this over still. Turner to Jack Taylor, perfect Yorker, squeeze back to the bowler, they'll get 1 as Turner completes the fielding off his own bowling with the footwork. Just 4 singles off this over. It's not disastrous for Gloucestershire, but if they're going to continue to pace things as evenly as they have the last few overs, then they would love a boundary off this last ball. 50 needed off 37 balls. So here comes Turner, he bowls, and that's slammed down the ground by Charlesworth, and they're going to get their boundary. Mid-off and mid-on, up inside the circle, and Turner bowled it full to Charlesworth. He missed his Yorker, and that was a fatal error from Turner. Just a swat down the ground really from Charlesworth, and Turner absolutely furious. He pounded the ground and then sat there on his haunches for a little bit as well, because he had it all under control that over. 4 runs off 5 balls and a critical boundary off the last ball. 46 needed off 36 balls.
So Turner's bowled 7. There are 6 overs to go. Abbott can bowl 3 of them. Turner could bowl another one, and then it will be a question of whether it's, as I say, could go back to any one of Prest, Holland, Fuller or Organ.
You suspect also that reaction from Turner would lead you to believe that he thinks it's likely to be his last ball
over
as well.
Yeah.
It's exactly not how he would have wanted to have finished.
7 overs of 42, his figures. Sussex 9 off 7 to win at Worcester. Middlesex need 82 off 11 with 6 wickets down against Kent. Here, 6 overs to go, 46 to win. Abbott to Jack Taylor, that's outside the off stump. Chopped away by Taylor, they'll definitely get 2. Also, there's a lot of ground to make up. These 2, it's worth saying, came together when the score was 75 for 3. Now 161. So 86 the stand. Fine leg and third man both up for Abbott. To Jack Taylor. That's way outside the off stump. It's got to be a wide, surely. That barely even pitched on the cut strip. That was very wide.
Almost in danger of being a no ball free hit.
Abbott's thought process was there. Was it just the execution that was wrong?
I think it was the execution. I mean, he's trying to execute the wide Yorker to Jack Taylor to stop him from hitting leg side, but just pushed the boundaries a little too much there.
Only Weatherly inside the circle on the offside. And that's as a result straight up to long off where Ian Holland is. There'll only be 1 run towards the shorter straight boundary.
The effect that has, though, with the 2 off the first ball and then the wide, Gloucestershire don't have to get a boundary now off this over unless an easy opportunity presents itself. It's taken the pressure off this over for now.
Charlesworth has got 1 man out on the offside on as a sweeper. That's going to come round the wicket. He's got a deep square and his long leg's going back. So again, he's trying to tuck him up with a short third man and a backward point. Charlesworth doesn't move his feet to that and tries to swash it away. It goes past the outside edge and taken by McManus.
Yeah, and the pressure can easily come back on with dots and wickets, but he's walking a bit of a tightrope, even if he does have the right arm around the wicket angle there.
Duckworth Lewis is 163, by the way. It's right where Gloucestershire are.
If he's going to bowl that wide, though, it doesn't take too much bat on it from Charlesworth to get runs.
Abbott to Charlesworth. He's got bat on that. That's a beautiful stroke. He smoked that away through extra cover for 4. That's as good a shot as we've seen today.
Yeah, that shot belongs at any time, with any ball, in any innings. What a shot. And just glorious finish that he's got to those drives as well. It just makes them look so good.
38 needed. 5 overs after this. Clipped away again by Charlesworth. Kept his head, having played that lovely shot off the ball before. Picked up the single. And still 1 ball left in the over.
The trouble is now, just a bit like that Essex game, Gloucestershire have got it to a point where they probably should win from, despite being a batsman light. 37 off 31 with 7 wickets in hand. think it's got to that dangerous point where you're thinking Gloucestershire should win from here.
These two have to see it over the line, you would think. Taylor's wafted at a wide one from Abbott, and that's also a wide. Too wide for the umpire anyway. Sussex need 6 or 4 balls now at Worcester. They've got 2 wickets left.
I tell you, they're not going to do it.
Extraordinary reading. Ali Orr 108, and then nobody below number 4 has got into double figures on that card. 20, 46 and 38 not out. Travis Head's going to be isolated if he's not careful. Here, Jack Taylor waits for Abbott and places that out to deep point. Doesn't hurry the single, knows there's not more than one. And it's the end of Abbott's over. 5 overs to go. 36 required. 35 required off 5 overs. The maths is pretty simple. And 2 men in who ought to be seeing it pretty well.
Yeah, and the difficulty, of course, still comes even with the rate not being massive that they require.
Sussex have won by 2 wickets.
Yes, it worked. The commentator's curse worked on them.
Sussex have won by 2 wickets.
Never fails.
Off the 3rd ball of the last over.
So presumably that's Travis Head.
That's Travis Head, 38 not out.
Got them over the line. A couple of extraordinary cards in that game, though. I mean, Worcestershire's first innings with the fight back that they had from their lower order, and another extraordinary game of cricket in this competition.
So Holland is coming back on. So Gloucestershire, what really they could do now is, if they can win this, and Kent could beat Middlesex, which is not insurmountable. Middlesex still needs 73. We're into the last 10 overs. I mean, I know that's a Radler, which is a small ground, but that Sussex win would be a bonus result if Gloucestershire could win here.
Yeah, but what we can say is that for whichever side wins here, they're good results.
Yeah.
So there'll be great results for Hampshire if Hampshire get over the line. There'll be great results for Gloucestershire if they do. 35 off 30 is the equation if they are to do so. So Holland back into the attack. Right arm over and bowls to Jack Taylor, who drives calmly down the ground for a single. So they've gone with Holland rather than Fuller. So you just felt like the thing that Abbott was having to weigh up was
control.
Yes, control, but potentially easier pace versus not so much control, but potentially of a pace that could trouble. But I think possibly we've seen that pace off has been the way to go on this surface. Holland is in and bowls to Charlesworth. It's short and pulled hard and handsomely over mid-wicket for 4. That's certainly not where to bowl to Charlesworth, and it's certainly not where to bowl to Charlesworth at medium pace.
Central partnership between these two. 75 for 3 when they were brought together.
He's a handsome puller of the ball, is Ben Charlesworth, and at that pace it's really on a hiding to nothing, especially as they had mid-wicket up. It just made the shot so much easier, and now as a consequence of that shot, mid-wicket's going back. So pretty much everybody up on the offside. Deep cover is the only fielder out on the offside, everyone out on the leg side. As Charlesworth chops that one into the ground and is quite rightly sent back by Jack Taylor. So a dot ball there just to even things a little bit to start this over. 30 off 27 now. But Kyle Abbott realising he's got to bring those offside fielders in close, because he's got to get dots. Holland to the crease and bowls, a full toss which is clipped down to long on by Charlesworth, and he'll pick up a single.
And you know, we have mentioned it before, it's been emphasised so much. You get a boundary early in the over, you can kind of, you hope as a batting side you can manipulate the rest of the over as you want it.
Yeah. especially when you've got the rate down below 7, as Gloucestershire now have. Still, I feel a wicket changes things drastically. Holland bowls to Jack Taylor, who drives over the top of backward point. There's a chase on for the fielder from deep cover, who will slide and pick it up and get it to his mate from third man, and they've come back for 2 runs. Tom Prest, the fielder from the deep cover boundary, and Felix Organ getting the throw in, but it was always going to be 2 as soon as Jack Taylor had steered it over the top of backward point. 28 off 25. 27 off 25, pardon me. Holland bowls to Jack Taylor, who steers that one down towards third man, and they'll just get a comfortable single this time. And still, in that over, things looking pretty steady for these two. They got the kind of long hop, if you will, off the second ball, which Charlesworth put to the boundary, and I think that's kind of been what Hampshire have done. It's not as though Gloucestershire have been clearing the leg out the way and slamming the ball over the ropes. Hampshire have tended to bowl 1 boundary ball and over, and Gloucestershire haven't missed them. So 26 needed off 24. Still, it's Gloucestershire's to lose.
Yeah, 2 overs from Abbott, you would think. And then 2 overs at the other end. That over from Holland went for 9. So he's got, in theory, he's got 2 overs left. It would be bold to go back to a spinner, but he could. Morgan and Presta both got overs in the bank. 26 off 4.
26th over was the last over that went for less than 7. So that's that's just shows you really how they've more than paced this.
Duckworth Lewis is 178. Gloucestershire are at 179. It needs to be 2 cool heads out there. And Taylor will face Abbott. He tries to pull it away through the leg side. That's short again from Abbott, and Taylor's got all of that, and it's gone for 4 out towards a straightish wide long on. No chance for Fuller to get that. It must be as I lost sight of that as soon as it went past the fielder inside the circle.
With a short ball that doesn't get up that much, and there's just not the zip in this surface to get away with that. If you're going to bowl short, it's going to have to be shoulder height or above on Jack Taylor. That was rib height, maybe even lower than that, and that's not going to bother Jack Taylor much. Less than a run a ball.
22. Abbott to Taylor. Outside the off stump. That's a safer line. Up to Weatherly at mid-off. George Scott will be sat there knowing now that he may be required as a finisher, if I can use an Eddie.
We said he'd have to go hell for leather, but actually now it looks like he might not.
Well, it depends what the equation is when and if he is called upon. Taylor and Charles will try and finish it themselves. Abbott in, that's wide outside the off stump, and another wide from Abbott. He's lost his radar a bit in this spell. He's conscious about that short leg side boundary, but he has now bowled, I think, 3 wides in the last 2 overs.
Yep. Well, 3 wides in the last over and 2 balls, really, isn't it?
Sun has gone in again. Abbott to Taylor. Oh, he's got a top edge on that. Where's that going to go to? Down to the fielder at long leg, and that's also spilled. Turner, I think, is down there. Didn't really set himself and get himself into position properly, and Taylor rides his luck to some degree, tries to whip it away through the leg side. Fielder comes in, and it's a spill down in front of the club offices at long leg. And it came really from not getting into the right position.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a much more comfortable catch than it ended up being in terms of the height that he took it at. So Jack Taylor dropped on 49 and dropped on 63.
Charlesworth waits for Abbott, who comes round the wicket to the left-hander and works it quietly into the leg side. They'll think about the direct throw, Gubbins, but he doesn't really give it the real full 9 yards. 185, 20 to win. 3 overs after this. And I think you are in the position now where you back the batting side.
Well, yeah, it's going to take a...
You really should back the batting side from here.
It's going to take a very special over, isn't it?
Yeah. 19 to win. Taylor again cracks it away into the gap off the offside. A long chase for Allsop, and they can come back for 2 more. And to get Gloucestershire this close, you have to say these two have really gone about this in a very, very calm way.
Yeah, from 75 for 3, way behind the
For the
rate.
majority of the time, except that Taylor's had a difficult life at 49 and a more straightforward one just now. A short ball from Abbott. Taylor looked as if that might have been called for a no ball, but the umpire at square leg, Mark Newell, says no. 34 overs gone, 3 overs to go. 17 for Gloucestershire to pick up an essential victory. And well, again, Charlesworth, 83 off 96.
Yeah, I mean, he's up to strike rate as well, hasn't he? But as I said, he's had a few deliveries to put away. He's had some short, wide deliveries. He's had some short deliveries. But the fact that he was able to stay calm and composed when the wickets were falling and the run rate was getting higher and higher, he's had his reward for toughing out those periods. Again,
he will want to see it over the line now, unquestionably.
We have this problem with these no balls that are over people's heads, which are consistently not getting called. So why not just change it back to a wide where it's only 1 run rather than a no ball, which is 2? I still don't understand, and I know Kyle Abbott doesn't understand it either, why it's no ball here and a wide everywhere else. Anyway, 17 needed off the last 3 overs as Holland continues and bowls to Charlesworth, who drives that one out towards the deep extra cover region, and Jack Taylor sets off for the second run immediately, and they'll make it very comfortably. So we kind of mentioned that long boundary, how it plays out when it comes to the spinners and how easy it is just to work the ball into the leg side for a couple of runs. But how it's playing out here is that with Hampshire so worried about the short boundary, they're not really defending the long boundary in terms of the 2s that Gloucestershire have picked up, and they've picked up some critical 2s in this innings. 15 needed off 17. Holland in and bowls round the wicket to Charlesworth, who drives, but this time hits it straight to extra cover, and Scriven able to prevent the run.
He hasn't been used as a bowler.
No.
Interestingly.
And Gubbins, who took 4 wickets, hasn't been used either. Holland bowls a slower ball, and that's crunched over mid-wicket by Charlesworth. The only question is how many is that? It went right into the shadow of the floodlight pylon. Looks like 1 bounce and 4. So Charlesworth up to 89. It's his list day best, passing the 87 that he made up at Scarborough. And a slower ball and short, and with mid-wicket up, that's just exactly where Charlesworth is going to hit it over mid-wicket. The only question was whether he was going to get 6 or 4. But at this point, Gloucestershire will be very happy with 4.
99th ball.
And such a calm presence out at the crease. And the presence at the crease is what's always impressed me about Charlesworth. Holland in. Another slower ball, and it's driven by Charlesworth out to deep cover, and they'll just take a single. It is a pretty comfortable option for Charlesworth as he moves on to 90. 195 for 3. It is it's all these sort of buzzwords, really, isn't it? It's presence, composure. He's got a terrific technique. I think surely there oughtn't to be much stopping him. Hasn't been too much in this London Cup. Here's Holland, bowls very short to Jack Taylor, who gets on top of it, pulls it away. They're going to think about 2 again here. Allsop is onto the ball quickly though, and there's no need to take the risk. Singles will do it now for Gloucestershire, and just 9 runs required now from the final 13 deliveries. Charlesworth back on strike. Holland moves back round the wicket, in and bowls, and that's cut by Charlesworth. So again, it'll go straight out to Allsop, the sweeper on the cover rope. But another very calm, comfortable over for Gloucestershire. And it looks as though even if this does go down to the last over, Gloucestershire won't particularly want it to go to the last over, but I don't think they'll be too bothered if it's, say, 2 needed off the last over. But I suppose for the whole grandstand finish narrative, it probably should be only fitting if it does go down to the last over.
Yeah, but as you said to me after the game at Scarborough, the one that you did, someone said to me that it felt like the Surrey win in the 2015 final, where they were behind the game for a lot of the day and only got their noses in front in that game very, very late. I don't think Gloucestershire have had their noses in front very, very long in this one either, really.
No, it was difficult to know, wasn't it, what a great score was. It was difficult to know whether... I mean, at some points in this innings, especially 200 actually felt like quite a decent score on this. And when you saw the way that Hampshire's lower order struggled,
and the fact that Gloucestershire are batsmen short, effectively.
Yeah, well, you just felt like that actually might be a pretty decent total, but it was hard to know.
Yeah. I think is the direct quote. All the middle order have got to get runs, was what you said when Jack Taylor walked out. It may be that George Scott doesn't need to get any, which is much to Taylor and Charlesworth's credit. Kyle Abbott into bowl to Charlesworth, who's pushed that away beautifully through mid-wicket. That will probably go all the way for 4. There's a vain chase from Ian Holland, and it goes all the way to the rope, and Charlesworth goes to 95. And Gloucestershire go to within 1 blow of winning it.
Well, I think
but a boundary is no good for Charlesworth.
Exactly. Now we can start to talk about the Charlesworth 3 figures.
What chance, I wonder?
He's going to have to whack it for 6,
or he just keeps the strike.
But I don't think that's going to happen at this stage. You just win it, don't you?
95, 4 to win. Abbott in, and Charlesworth tries to crack that through the offside and beat the top of press, but he doesn't do it. Yes, it will make a marginal difference to the net run rate, but it'll only be marginal. But it's another tight game, isn't it? It's not far off a cliffhanger actually, because
of the extra dimension of Gloucestershire not having Bracey.
69 needed off the last 9 overs. That's not a gimme. Abbott in. And Charlesworth has whipped that away. That might be the winning run. It's going out towards the boundary, and it is the winning hit for Gloucestershire. And Ben Charlesworth is going to finish on 99, not out. Jack Taylor with him on 67, and Gloucestershire have won this game by 7 wickets here at Bristol in the penultimate over. A tremendous chase from 75 for 3. And Charlesworth, agonisingly perhaps for him, but in an overall game management situation, he's played a blinder of an innings, 99 not out, to carry his bat as Gloucestershire win, and they take it to Radlett on Sunday.
They take it 1 game further. It's a game at a time now, and Gloucestershire have wrapped up a remarkable victory here, because, as we've been saying, it's almost as if they haven't done it by 7 wickets. It feels more like they've done it by 5 or 6 wickets. In terms of, if you look at the margin of victory and you see by 7 wickets, you'll assume it was comfortable, but especially given that Gloucestershire were 75 for 3 in the 18th over, and James Bracey unavailable today, it really feels like this was a tighter match than it sort of ended up looking. But it's only because of these 2 men who are walking off now that it doesn't look tight. What a tremendous partnership it was. 130 they put on, unbroken in 18.1 overs.
And the Gloucestershire team coming down to shake hands with Hampshire. But first of all, they will slap hands with Ben Charlesworth on his way in, because that is an innings that will, I'll say, send reverberations around the county circuit. But it will just remind people that Ben Charlesworth is not just a red ball opener.
No, by no means, and he's done it in a sort of, well, he's not slogged a single ball out there, Charlesworth, and yet he's seen his side home scoring at nearly a run a ball. That's a mightily impressive innings from Charlesworth, and, well, it doesn't always work in terms of how a player looks, but with Charlesworth, he looks good, and at the moment he is getting the runs. So, as I say, I cannot wait to see what Charlesworth does in the red ball period at the end of the season, but certainly in this competition he's stood up and been more than counted for, in terms of 2 knocks, both this one and at Scarborough, where he's really had to guide Gloucestershire through the chase, and that's a lot of responsibility on young shoulders, and he's borne that responsibility with calmness and never really looked under too much pressure out there. And Jack Taylor, this run of terrific form for him continues, and really Gloucestershire desperately needed more runs from him when he came out there, and he's delivered for Gloucestershire once again.
I'll just give you the table as it currently is. Bear in mind the match between Middlesex and Kent is still on running, so Essex have 8 points from 5, Durham 7 from 5, Lancashire 7 from 6, Worcestershire 6 from 6, Gloucestershire 6 from 6, Hampshire 5 from 6, Middlesex 5 from 5. If they should lose that game, then you might argue Gloucestershire are only 2 points off top spot, albeit they have obviously they played a game more. A reminder that Worcestershire are the side that sit out the last round, so they play, I think I'm right in saying, Sunday and Tuesday. Gloucestershire play Sunday and Thursday, so they will, if they can do no more than win and see what happens elsewhere. And in the match at Radler, where Middlesex are chasing 218 to beat Kent, they are 177 for 8 with 5 overs to go. They need 41 off 5 overs, and Wallaluita and Bamba are the not out batsmen, so that's going to be a tight call as well, and Gloucestershire will just hope that Kent can somehow squeeze a victory out of that game to help them. But overall today, the toss perhaps, was it relevant in the end, Ed? I mean, we thought that Gloucestershire would want to chase, which they ended up doing, but it was perhaps a bit of a surprise that Carl Abbott decided to bat, although the conditions at 1 o'clock when we started were much as they are now, which is quite bright.
Yeah, I think if anything the ball did do slightly more at the start of when Gloucestershire bowled rather than when Hampshire bowled, but at the same time that was the one period of the game where actually Hampshire were very much on top. They started this off in terrific fashion with Alsop and Prest, and it was only after that things got difficult. So I don't think the toss has actually played much of a factor at all, and I think the pitch has stayed very similar. The actual pitch itself has stayed very similar throughout the course of the match, and the other, I suppose, hero today is the Bristol weather, which, if it looked as though we may, at one stage, given what the forecast said, we may get the entirety possibly of Hampshire's first innings in and then not get anything else after that. It really looked as though we might be hit by some heavy rain at some point, which, given the fact that the match was delayed due to a wet outfield to start with, you'd have thought any rain on the outfield would have been pretty terminal as far as the game is concerned. And now we've ended up finishing the game in glorious sunshine, and it's really been a day which Gloucestershire will be very grateful for the weather being the way that it was.
Yes, we didn't start till 1 o'clock, 37 overs per side after the rain delayed us at the beginning. Hampshire, having won the toss, 204 for 8, 90 for the first wicket between Prest and Allsop. Prest was dropped, but he made 3. But once Gubbins was out at 110 for 2, Gloucestershire chipped away at the middle order, and only Lewis McManus with 29 really offered a major contribution. Prest in the end made 41, and Allsop run out on a bad call by Chris Dent for 57. Worrell finished 1 for 55, Shaw 1 for 27, but the spinners again doing a tremendous job. Smith 1 for 30, well better than that, as would suggest, and Van Buren 3 for 36 from his 8 overs. I think Gloucestershire needed a decent start. Dent and Charles were put on 47, although Dent was not at his most fluent before he was LBW to Priest for 16. Tom Lace was caught off a top edge by Weatherly to give the off spinner his second wicket, and then when Van Buren was LBW to Holland, Gloucestershire was 75 for 3 in the 18th over, so almost at half distance. But Jack Taylor now with a 49 not out, and then a half century at Hove, a half century against Essex, and an unbeaten 67, the highest score of the 3 here today, partnering Ben Charlesworth 99 not out from 104 balls with 13 boundaries. A very accomplished in his innings, I think you'd say, and bear in mind this young man really hasn't played an awful lot of List A cricket for Gloucestershire. He's only 20 years old. There's a batter in him, no question about that. Thanks to everybody involved on the camera work today, to Paul and to Cam and to Dan for his work on the big screen. Thank you to you for your company as well. Do have a look at that Middlesex finish against Kent. They need 36 from 4 overs and 2 balls. So, but they're now 9 wickets down. So critically, Bamber is out. So perhaps Kent are going to help Gloucestershire further here. The table will be very, very bunched by tonight. We'll have coverage from Radlett on Sunday, where Ed will be our man, and hopefully, all things being equal, we can go as far as the game at Beckenham on Thursday, with perhaps Gloucestershire knowing what the equation is. Hopefully it's not too difficult. Thanks, Ed, for your company again today. It's been great. And a happy Friday evening and rest of the weekend to you, with Gloucestershire having won here today against Hampshire. A bit of payback perhaps for what's happened elsewhere in the season, but a win here today by 7 wickets from Bristol, where it's bright, and Gloucestershire have the points. Good night.